Fun. Um, I don't know where we are for brightness, folks. Maybe there. Maybe. Give me a second. I got to. I got to adjust a little bit. Apparently. Sound and video. Are we okay? Brightness and volume and clarity. There's rain going on. You'll have to just excuse me. We have rain in the background. I haven't got anything else to say about that. The rain is the rain. I'm cold. My fingers are cold. What do you got, folks? Is anybody talking to me? Nobody talking to me. As it says in the pinned message, there is no pinned begging today. There is no link to the PayPal. If you're really determined to send me some pennies, you'll have to go digging around in the description. As of now, I'm kind of okay for Christmas. I think I've got enough to get through. I don't need any assistance imminently in the next 2 weeks. So through the Christmas New Year period, through to like 12th night, I think I'm good, folks. I think I'm good. If anybody's really desperate to send me something, there is a link hidden in the description, but it's not required. So David, Mr. Schofield, who always reminds me of a school teacher I had of the same name. Hello, sir. You're down there somewhere, Punta Prima or Cabo Roig, somewhere south of Torrevieja. I think Punta Prima. Hannah says, hello, Mike and Tina. We're here. I'm here. Tina's actually literally under the covers right now. Let me see if I can persuade her to pop up. Hey, babe. Hello, you can't go out. I know we should go walkies by now, shouldn't we? I haven't taken her out for a nighttime walkies yet. We're expecting mishaps in the bed. We can't go out in this. Let's do this. You can't see that. Hold on. I have to press multiple buttons in order to... Here we go. Here's Tina. Look at this. She's in bed with her daddy. I was going to say my real name there. We didn't. I held off. If you want to know my real name, TrampCast 001. I dox myself about 4 times every time I talk to the dog. I call myself Doggy Daddy, and then my real name. I hadn't learned to keep my mouth shut by then. Hey, babe. We're talking to the peoples. Yeah. Hey, it's just you and me. You and me. I know. There's a big bad world out there and not everything's right, but we're all okay in here, yeah? Once we're in bed, tucked in together, we're okay. The rest of the world doesn't matter, does it, darling? Eh? As long as you can cuddle your daddy, and as long as your daddy can cuddle you, the rest of the world disappears. Yeah. There we go. Okay, folks. I'll tear myself away. I was enjoying that too much myself. That was all about me enjoying myself. It wasn't about Tina. Okay. Daddy loves his girl. Daddy loves his girl. That's all you need to know. Once you know that everything's fine in the world. Okay, folks. We do have our falling outs. We do have our disagreements. We have our little accidents and our ups and downs. But my girl is my girl. That's priority number 1. Keep her fed, watered, walked, dry, and rested when she needs to be rested. As long as we've attained all of those goals. As long as she's peed and pooed and fed and watered and nice and safe and dry. What more do you need from life? A friend pointed out a little while ago that she's better off than most dogs. She spends 99% of her time with her daddy. With her doggy daddy. We're not apart very much. I'm not going off for 8 hours a day each day and leaving her at home alone. So for all the negatives that come from being homeless, there are some pluses. And cheers to the pluses. Okay, we're 5 minutes in. The audience has kind of arrived. Let's make a start. I am Delta Mike. The channel is Delta Mike Down and Out in Torrevieja. As I just mentioned some moments ago, I am Delta Mike. Down and out. A homeless guy, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. It's quite an Americanism, really. It's not something I would usually say. But someone who lives rough on the streets, perhaps, or in my case, in a fucking field. Fortunately, nowadays in a tent in a field, but that wasn't always the case. There was a time when it was just literally me and the dog in a field. And we've built from there. So that's Delta Mike, Down and Out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain, bottom right hand corner you might say, as you look at your map. About an hour south of Alicante, about an hour north of Murcia. That's where we are. And it has its good points and bad points. Torrevieja is a nice place as far as I can tell. I haven't really been there much this last year, still. Not really been into Torrevieja. Got to solve that. I've been trying to plan for the last couple of weeks. I've been trying to get out to Tweeties for fish and chips. Hasn't worked. This weekend didn't work out the way I expected. But we try. We try. We survive. We try and roll with it. At the minute, I'm doing way better than just surviving. I mean, let's be honest. I'm doing great. Yeah, no. In terms of money, financially, in terms of getting by, you guys have been very generous in the run up to Christmas. It's been good, and that's why there's no begging, no pinned begging. Is the rain forecast for just tonight? I think so. I think the last I looked, it was kind of on and off all day, and it didn't happen this morning or afternoon, and then this evening it started and just carried on. I don't know it's not raining heavy. There's nothing to worry about. It's not. We're talking about fractions of a millimeter per hour for the next 3 hours. It is just fractions of a millimeter. It's due to stop 2 o'clock-ish, and there will have been less than 2 millimeters in total in the entire time. The next 3 hours are like 0.5, 0.38 and 0.05 of a millimeter. They're nothingnesses. Tomorrow is supposed to be sunny in the morning, which will be good, because I don't have much. I haven't even checked this. I'm on 40% on the EcoFlow. Now, if you've been following my story recently, you know that when the EcoFlow shows 40%, there's a 50-50 chance it could just evaporate and I could be on zero, really. There was a calibration issue. I've done a firmware update, maybe that fixes it. Or maybe there is a recalibration process where you take it down to zero, leave it there for a few hours, and then you bring it up to 100% without using any. There's this recalibration procedure. I kind of had to go at that, but couldn't stick to it entirely. I had to plug something in eventually. But we've also had this update. It turned out the firmware had reset itself to 0.0.0.1. It was basically, at some point in the last 3 months, it's become reset and wanted to do an upgrade, and I've never done the upgrade on the firmware. Bit of shenanigans their end, I believe. I'm not entirely happy with them as a software provider or company. I love the hardware. EcoFlow hardware is phenomenal. EcoFlow support and Software, I'm 50-50. If you can get stuff updated, get stuff stable, then just fucking leave it. Don't. When the next update comes out the next month, don't be bothering with that shit. Their updates can go bad and leave you mangled. If you're stable, stick with it. If it's all going fucking wrong, maybe push the button. But make sure you're fully charged. Make sure your internet connection, if you're on Wi-Fi, make sure that you're within a few feet of the device. There's lots of things they can claim will make it go wrong. But I love my EcoFlow. I really do. And I'm really, did I say that I've got a bit of money saved up at the minute? I'm really tempted. I can't be. I haven't got that kind of... Imagine you see the price of a product and that's the amount you've got in the bank. But are you going to spend your last penny in the world when actually it's Christmas and you need food and drink and all these... I gotta put that out of my fucking mind. I would love to get like the next model up, or just have another one. But I can't. That's crazy talk. Not in that position, folks. The EcoFlow. If you are in that position, if you're thinking, what can I do to prep against like World War III? What can I do to secure my household against outages, power cuts, just to take things to the next level of preparedness? EcoFlow Delta is your friend. EcoFlow Delta, D-E-L-T-A. Go get yourself an EcoFlow Delta. If you can, don't get the bottom model, get something the next step up with a little bit more storage and a little more output. If you can. If you can't, get the bottom model. It'll be fine. It's great. I love my EcoFlows. I'm stuck on a River, EcoFlow River 2, because I'm a tramp in a field and I've got little money and I had to save for a year, and you know, you can afford what you can afford. I love it. It's great for what it is. Do I wish I had something bigger and better? Yes, of course. Of course I do. Do I regret buying it? Not for a minute. Apart from regretting I couldn't get something bigger and better. But having it changed my world. Changed my world. Simple as. That's it. How much are they? The EcoFlow River 2 that I had, and now River 3 would now be your model, they're about €250. You want another €100 for a decent sized solar panel. They will charge from a wall socket. So if you're in a house, if you're in an apartment, you charge it from the wall socket, and when the power cut happens, you've got X number of hours worth of power, depending what you plug into it and how you use it. It will charge from a wall socket, so if the power comes back on, you can leave it plugged into the wall. If the power comes on, it'll charge automatically. But for the most usefulness, you want a 100-watt solar panel. 12 to 18 volts, 100 watts, however they're sold or named. That's XT60i cable to join the solar panel to the EcoFlow. I've got no idea how well that would pan out in the UK. In Spain, even in winter, I can keep it fully charged most of the time. Today I only got to about 50%. It was cloudy all day. I got up from kind of 20 to 50%, and I got enough power for my lights, for my Christmas lights. I haven't put the Christmas tree on yet tonight, probably won't. I haven't run my fridge freezer. I've used 50, because I've had a few issues recently where 40 becomes 0, it evaporates, it just disappears. It's miscalibrated in some way. Ordinarily, I would have run the fridge and the Christmas tree and stuff, but fearing that the power could just evaporate and disappear, my priority is to keep tablets and phones on, because that's how I am. I'm a modern day geek gadgety boy. I'm a geek gadget guy. I got to have audio in the background even while I sleep. Otherwise, I'm listening for animals and drunks and people coming past the tent, and I don't want that. In general, I don't want the distraction. I had about 20 people come walking down the field last night at 3 in the morning. Some kind of family outing, maybe a Christmas party, all coming home at once. Once I could tell the size of the group, I had no worries. If I hear one person come down, or 2 people come down the track at night, a little bit more of a worry, a little bit on edge, monitoring in case. It's really unlikely there'll be trouble, but not so long ago I had a 2-hour stand-up fist fight, didn't I? So, you got to be present. You got to be there in the moment. No, you can't add an extra battery to this particular model. Some of the EcoFlow Deltas, the EcoFlow Delta 3, possibly Delta 2, I'm not sure. They do have an external battery backup. You pay over the odds for what the power is. I'm not the biggest fan of those kind of things. They're a bit of a money grab, to be honest. I probably wouldn't. But the Bluettis and what's the other brand? The orange one. Bluetti, EcoFlow. I can't remember the name. Orange handle. No. Not at all. It's like I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm a gibbering fool in a field. What are they called? No. But anyway, some of their competitors latched onto the extensible battery kind of setup earlier than EcoFlow, I think. I think in general, guys, if I was to sum up the marketplace, despite me not being able to remember the name of the orange company, EcoFlow has the best technology, possibly the worst support, and their software is somewhere in between. But technology-wise, hardware-wise, they changed the market. Some of these other companies would take 4 or 5 hours to charge from a plug in the wall. They were drawing fractions of what an EcoFlow draws. EcoFlow came along and said, fuck that, if you can't charge it within an hour, you're doing it wrong. And they made their stuff it all charges with, it doesn't matter how big it is, it charges within an hour. Unless that's physically impossible over the wiring. So maybe some of the latest stuff takes 2 hours if you've got this super massive device. But they changed the world from slow charge to fast charge. I do talk about them like I'm a paid representative. EcoFlow, if you're out there, I'm willing to be one, but I'll tell it warts and all. I will tell about your crap support and how your software is iffy, your firmware upgrades. Now, they went to great pains when I did just do a firmware upgrade this week. They went to great pains to explain how they've improved their processes and quality control and everything. And it did go straight forward this time. Now, that's a one-shot deal, isn't it? I've done it, I've tested it, it went okay. I can't speak as to the reliability. It might go bad 99 times out of 100 and I was just the one, I just hit the one. I've no idea. I know it went bad for me in the past. I know it went good for me this time. Have they improved things? They say they have, but it's an unknown. It's a sample of one. I'll tell it how it is. But EcoFlow, if you are out there and if you do want a representative, you do want someone to explain some of these things to people, I'm available. Now, I'm not a weekend warrior. I am not going 24 hours overnight in a field. 1 week camping in a field. That's not me. I live in a fucking field. It's 24 hours a day, every 365 and a quarter days per year. Plus 6 minutes or 4 minutes, however that works with the leap days. I'm here in a field. Full time, permanently. You want to test your shit, you want to give it some real world experience, I'm it. You might not want that. Given my views on your software and everything so far, you might not want that. But I'm here for you. I'll give you a fair crack. I will give a fair crack of the whip to you. I'm not biased against you. If anything, I'm biased for you. I tell everybody all the time how great EcoFlow is, with some caveats. Okay, folks, so let's roll on. I don't want to be on the grasp trying to. There's Roger. Can your model add? Oh, that was you with the battery question. Did you manage to get turkey? No, I went shopping on Saturday. All year long, these shops have got turkey. Pavo is in the shops all the time in Spain. It's never not there. Except at Christmas, apparently. No fucking pavo. No slices, no portions, no crowns, no bits. There's no, not even frozen. There's fucking no turkey. Tomorrow, I'm going to carry the walk on. I'm going to walk past Aldi, and I'm going to walk to Mercadona. I'm more familiar with Mercadona. I know where things are in there, or at least I did a year ago when I last went in. I've got more of a shot of finding things, and I still need at least 2 more shopping trips. So the one tomorrow and then one on Tuesday. If I have to go shopping on Wednesday, aka Christmas Eve, I've done something wrong. If I still have to go shopping then, either I've done something wrong or they just haven't had shit in the places I've been. But yeah, I'm willing to try it and see. I'm scrolling back in case I'm. Is the rain forecast just for tonight? Yeah, it's the rain's it's a minor. It's listen to it. The tent exaggerates it. That's spitting really. I could walk outside and dodge the raindrops. If I zigzag hard enough, I could stay dry. But I've got a dog who can't zig or zag. So I've got to wait for this. Maybe during this stream, I'll take you out and we'll walk Tina. Maybe. I'm not sure. I'd rather do that than have her crap in the bed and me have to, start scooping it out. But we're not going out in the rain. Mashtag says, I think Mashtag, you're a Michael, aren't you, if I remember correctly. I hope everyone here has a lovely Christmas and a good new year. Good luck everyone. Thank you. Jackery, thank you Ryan, you are correct. The orange handle was Jackery. Why could I not remember the fucking this memory just doesn't work. EcoFlow was my entry into this world through a guy online called Will Prowse. Will Prowse DIY Solar Power, his channel is called. I didn't know these things were a thing until 2 years ago, roughly, and what a revelation it's been. I followed them. All of these things were like Kickstarter projects. There were companies, but they couldn't afford the production of new models. So they'd raise funds and say, look, this is what we're intending to build. We're aiming to get this 12-volt battery plus inverter plus all your USB ports and you know, we're aiming to get that into a big plastic box and make it useful for you. And people paid to advance the technology. People supported them in their research and development. And here we are now with basically life-saving devices. There are people that need like is it called a PAP machine? Pressurized air, something or other. It's breathing masks. If you're a big fat American and you go to sleep and your breathing stops because you're a big fat American. I know. I take the piss. You don't have to be American. You can be big and fat and be of another persuasion. Sorry, no. You can actually just be. You're in need of breathing assistance during the night, and if you get a power cut, if you've plugged your respiratory kind of machine into the wall and power goes off, you're doomed. So you plug your EcoFlow into the wall and you plug your breathing machine, your respirator, into the EcoFlow. The power passes through. The EcoFlow stays fully charged and just passes power through. The wall socket goes off in a storm or a hurricane or a whatever, power cut. And now you're powered by your respirator's powered by your EcoFlow, and you wake up alive in the morning instead of waking up dead. That's got to be an improvement, yeah? There's nothing worse than waking up dead in the morning. I mean, that's no good for anybody. And it upsets your family, let's face it. So you probably want an EcoFlow. Maybe. Other brands are available. Bluetti, Jackery, All Powers, the Anchor, the power bank people moved into this market a little while ago. There are other brands available. It's not all EcoFlow. They're just my favourite. Even though I have issues from time to time, but we all do. There's Frank Nadobody. Hello, Frank. We're not fully Frank. We've only got the one Frank. We've got to drag the other Franks over one day. Shortest day of the year. This was on my list of talking points for the day, my friend. Yeah. Shortest day, longest night. At the beginning of winter. See, a lot of people think we're in deepest, darkest midwinter. Winter's only just beginning. What do nights do in winter? Everybody thinks nights get really, really long and get longer. No. During winter, the first night of winter is the longest night. During winter, the nights get shorter and the days get longer. It's exactly the opposite of what you think. But that's because you think that winter started in October, and it doesn't. It starts right here, right now. It's gonna be more sunlight from here on out, reminded me, said Frank. He's correct, yeah. The nights get shorter, the days get longer. Now there's a bit of a lag. It still gets cooler because the sea is a big thermal mass that's been storing heat. And now that winter's here, we'll be giving that heat off low and slow, but not as well as it was like a month ago or a month or two ago. And so between now and February, we'll continue getting colder just because of that thermal mass effect. Here's Fabrizio. Welcome everyone, everybody, everywhere. Welcoming me to my own stream again. Yeah, there we go. The rains in Spain fall mainly on the plains. No, I have a whole playlist that proves the rain in Spain falls mainly on me. There's a whole list with tents ripped in half and water coming in and lying in bed in a puddle of water over the top of my chair. The playlist's there. Don't fucking counteract or countermand my playlist. The rain in Spain falls mainly on me. It's a proven fact. There's a playlist. There we go. There's a farmer welcoming other people that we hear. CPAP, that is indeed the word. Sleep apnea. Those are indeed. You don't have to be a big fat American. You can be a big fat anybody. You don't even have to be fat, in truth. It can be a thing with your throat and your bronchia, the trachea, whatever. Trachea rather than trachea. There'd be no waking up. Yeah, if you wake up dead, I know. People always get very... whenever I use some of these phrases, there's always someone takes it too literal. If you're dead, you won't wake up. No, of course not. That's... But you assuming that there's an ever after, you will arrive, you will become cognizant in the ever after. You will wake up and be dead. And sent... Who guys the gates? Peter, Paul? I'm not sure. It's not my thing. Peter, wasn't he the rock upon which I will build my church? I've no idea, folks. One of the saints will be at the gates, allegedly. I did read that book once, honest. Steve Knowles, hello my friend, I haven't seen you in a little while. Steve Knowles is in, you're in Liverpool, near Aintree, under the, what was the pub? The Old Roan. The Old Roan, which was being demolished the last you updated me. Has it gone? Is the Old Roan gone after like 300 or 400 years? It's gone. This is all assuming that my memory's clicked in and I've got the right person in the right place. You can never... You can hear the rain now, yeah. It's a little bit harder than it was before, but it's nothing. It is St. Peter at the gates with a list of who's getting in. It's a bit like Santa. He's got his list of who's been naughty and who's been nice, but not just for this year. He's got the Manchester. Okay, hold on. Fuck. Really? Oh, sorry, mate. My memory. You see, I get these. It's another Steve. He's definitely a Steve, and he's definitely in that area. But okay, mate. Sorry. I'm putting my oh, this is a cow squell. This beer is different, folks. This is a cheap beer from the I went to the supermarket yesterday, Saturday. I've been paying a fiver, $4.95 for a crate of beer over the road. It's still only $3.60, $3.70 in the actual supermarket. It's the third beer I picked up. I couldn't remember what I paid last time, and I kept finding cheaper and cheaper and cheaper beer. I kept having to take them out, take the case out of the trolley. Oh fuck! Oh Tina. So I went around the shop. Fiver for 12. 12 in a case, typically over here. But 340 or 360 in Aldi. 360, I think. I almost picked up a fucking 0.0, didn't I? I almost picked up a 0.0 till I realised. Fuck, that would have been no good. $16 for 18 today. That would have been nice. Well, you're still looking at almost a dollar a can. We're paying 34 cents. Is it 34? I don't even think it's that. I think it's 31. This one is 31 cents a can. The one I picked up immediately before it, after I put the 0.0 back, It's amazing that you pay more for no alcohol. That just gets me every time. Did I? I don't think I told you guys about this, did I? Maybe I mentioned it on Friday. I am well down. I am beyond halfway down the bottle now. This was a 1 litre bottle of an aniseed flavoured liqueur. Well, no, an aniseed flavoured spirit. It's not even a liqueur. 35% by volume. So it's not a liqueur. It's an actual spirit. 1 litre, €7. 7.40 or 50, whatever it was. I think I mentioned it on Friday. As you can tell, I'm here. I'm 2/3 of the way through the fucker in 2 days. It's very, very Moorish. Like the what was the last one that was very Moorish? The caramel vodka. Oh fuck. It's like that. Or Bailey's. Some things are just too Moorish, and if they just tickle me just right, I'd almost just sit there with a straw just fucking drinking them. I almost regret buying it. I gotta go back and buy some more for Christmas. It was meant to be for Christmas. It's gone in the weekend. That was Friday, wasn't it? So Friday afternoon, all day Saturday, all day Sunday. We've had 3 days or 2.5 days at it, and we're 2/3 of the way there. What's your favourite? What's the thing that when you treat yourself? See, I've never had this before. I was trying it on a hunch. I like licorice, I like aniseed, I like things like that. So I figured there's a is it a French drink called something like pastiche? Pastiche? I got on a train one day on the way. I'd had a horrendous couple of days of interviews in London. Things had gone wrong. And I just sat on this train this night. This cunt was in my seat that I'd booked, but the rest of the train was empty, so I didn't make a thing of it. I'll let it be known that he shouldn't really be sat there. That was my seat. But he turned around. He's got the dreadlocks. White bloke, but with the corn. What do you call it? The cornrows, whatever they're called. But he turned around and offered me as a kind of a, I don't know, as a symbol, because I'd not made a big deal. I'd not made him get out of my chair. He turned around and gave me a couple of paper cups of this pastiche. That might not be the right word, but it's the word I remember. And yeah, that's a very licoricey, very nice, very similar to this thing here. Here we go, look. Chats come alive when I ask you what your favourite play the bottle with a spoon. Can you play the bottle with... You probably could, yeah. It's got one of those valves in the top that restricts pouring. So I don't know if that affects the air when you hit them if you're trying to play tunes. You used to drink beer because it's purified. Yeah, Fabrizio. This was how people survived through like cholera epidemics and things. Yeah, and the plague. Yeah. If you thought that water was a problem, you went... The workers in the brewery never got ill. They drank beer all day. 2 or 3 beers for breakfast, a beer halfway through for like 11s, 2 or 3 for lunch. Yeah, no, it's true, they did. Because the water was pasteurized. You kept it above 60 degrees over a long period. So you're not boiling the shit out of it. But pasteurization... This was before pasteurization was a recognized thing. They didn't know they were pasteurizing it. They were just following the recipe, following the rules for how you treated the... is it called a wash? No, wash isn't the right word. The brew, with the mash. Mash? I think it's the mash. when you've got your malt, your barley, whatever you're doing with your wheat and your barley and your hops, and you've heated them up, but not boiled them, but not quite boiled them. They're hot, but not quite, and you keep that water at a temperature for a certain time, and then you introduce the baker's yeast. They'd literally pour bread in the early days. Your beer was like a soup. It was a liquid meal. It was liquid bread. Yeah, just let me go back. Think of it as buying bottled water. It's American beer. It might. No. It's not just American. It was over here as well. Yeah, yeah. I'm going back before you even existed. Yeah. No, that whole brewing beer is an ancient thing. Egypt, some say. You could be looking at 10,000 BC, maybe. Lemon anisette with ice, very nice. There's no lemon in this. It is just just Andy's there. Hello, Andy. But yeah, anisette with ice, very nice. You're a poet and didn't know it. I like proper real lemon. Oh, limoncello. Yeah, I had some a little while ago. Somebody, was it? I don't think it was Karen. I think it was somebody was leaving the country and brought me a bag of what they had left. But the bottle was untouched, I think, if I remember correctly. Certainly more than 3/4. Yeah, no, that was another very Moorish drink. For me, when spirits are mixed with something that make them very palatable. You see, whiskey, brandy, vodka, they all have an edge that is slightly unpalatable. So you don't rush them down. You're not hankering after them. You drink them, and they have the effect they have. But they've all got that slight nastiness at the end. If you make something really, really nice, such that it's so Moorish that I'm that, and that's dangerous. It suddenly Friday afternoon becomes Monday morning, and you've got no idea where the fucking weekend went. I have to be careful of shit like that. Oh, it jumped. That was Farmad talking about. Hold on, no, we were further back. There. No, further back. No, forward. Whiskey for me, every year a bottle of Johnny Walker's. Is that me? That's fair enough. I like a good whiskey. I like a good brandy. I loved port. I mean, I haven't had port now in X number of years. Port has that super sweet. It's like a deep dark red wine, but more like a sherry than a wine. It's been double brewed, hasn't it? It's been fermented some more, and yet still has a sweetness, a sickly sweetness to it. Very nice. Very nice. I can almost taste like berries, like I don't know, like red currant almost. I was in a wine club once. Don't get me started. The woody oatiness of the barrel was always the big joke. It jumped. No, I was on. Where was that? I was further forward than that. I like proper limoncello, said Farmer. I think I responded to that. Limoncello made with real lemon and pigeon. Okay, that would be nice. David doesn't drink. That's okay, mate. I have family members who are 12-steppers and don't drink. Some people don't drink from choice. Some people don't drink because necessity. Each to their own, my friend. Yeah, if I'm with someone who doesn't drink, I would typically ask whether I'm okay to drink or not. Some people, if they're too new to it, depending on their circumstances, it can be an issue just drinking in front of them. I'm aware of these things and try to accommodate my guests, I guess you would put it. There was Zami with the whiskey, lemon anisette with ice, very nice. Poet didn't know it. Proper limoncello with lemon peel, yeah. I've been eyeing a bottle of Crown Royal Reserve whiskey aged 16 years. How long you been looking at it, Frank? And how strong a hankering have you got? And how expensive is it? Let's think, you're in Yankee land, so is it over $100? I don't think it would be at 16 years, did you say? I'd be expecting $40 or $50 maybe. I'm not too up on American prices. Can be quite disproportionate, I guess would be the word. I don't know, mate. If it's more than half a day's wage, then maybe not, would be my advice, unless you're really going to savour it and look after it. If it's less than half a day's wage, then fill your boots, mate. Go for it. Yeah, aged whiskey's nice. A single malt. If it's a blended, then it's for shit, isn't it? It's like bells over here. I got 2 bottles of this was before I moved over to Spain. I got 2 bottles of whiskey for Christmas. One was a single malt, one was blended. I liked the blended, but I loved the single malt. It was a whole different dynamic. I mean, it was just after I'd sampled the single malt, I could barely drink the other stuff. I had to kind of gulp it down. I had to force it down. It ruined me. The single malt ruined whiskey for me. Yeah. I like it with ice. Oh, you see, now you can have your whiskey cold, but you shouldn't put ice in it. Warm, well, room temperature water. You mix it with water. You sip. You put it in your mouth. You swish it around your mouth, under your tongue in particular, and then you breathe in with the whiskey still sat under your tongue. And that gives you the burn on the throat and the back of the mouth. That samples that lets your body know what's coming. And there are some receptors under the tongue. Some of that alcohol will be mainlined straight into your bloodstream, just like some medications are. What's the heart attack one? Nitroglycerine. They put under the tongue. Same reason. The receptors will absorb some of it straight in. The rest has to go down in the stomach and be, it has to go through the whole proper absorption process through the body. But no, there's a short circuit, there's a shortcut. Some of the receptors under your tongue. If ever you've got a headache, put your painkillers under your tongue for a couple of minutes first. Same thing. You can get the stuff straight. You can get an immediate, like within 30 or 60 seconds, you can get an effect from the painkiller instead of having it wash through your stomach and taking hours. You have to, some of the painkillers are coated with like a sweet, like a sugar shell. You got to get rid of that. Suck on them for a minute or two. Once they start tasting nasty, put them under your tongue. And then you'll get a more direct effect. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, says Farmer. Yeah, this will be the last. Will this be the last one? No, it won't be the last one before Christmas. I'm going to do a Christmas Eve. I was trying not to. I'm trying not to tread on the toes of other people that I follow. So I think Big Clive often does a Christmas Eve stream. I think Scruffy's doing something Christmas Day on the night, his time. Well, dinner time, I think his time. I can't tippy-toe around everybody, so I'm just going to do what I'm going to do. On Christmas Eve, I'll be live. Christmas Day, I don't think so. Boxing Day, almost certainly. And then again, New Year's Eve. Whether I do anything in between Christmas and New Year's, I have no idea. I'll wing it. You'll see when the alerts come up, maybe. If you have a particular interest in me doing something one night, let me know. I'll consider it if there's a reason. But them's my plans. Christmas Eve, you see, Americans won't even know what Boxing Day is. That's the 26th. Typically, not always. Technically, not always. If Christmas was a Saturday, the day after Christmas, which would normally be Boxing Day, isn't. Boxing Day can never be a Sunday. It would be the day after. It would be the Monday. In fact, is it true that if Christmas is Friday, Boxing Day is not Saturday? I've heard of Christmas Saturday rather than Boxing Day. I have half a recollection of something. Maybe Boxing Day can't fall on a weekend rather than just a Sunday. I'm not sure. But there's a thing anyway. It definitely can't be a Sunday. Whether it can be a Saturday or not, I'd have to look at. But there are historical and religious reasons why these things might be the case. America, as soon as Christmas is out of the way, they go back to work. As I understand it. I think because they have all these other holidays in the run-up. So they view Halloween as a pseudo-holiday. And then Thanksgiving. This is why they say happy holidays. There's multiple events. We just have Christmas. We haven't got any of that other shit. We have bonfire night. Halloween's a thing. We invented Halloween. Don't forget that. It was an island. We can argue about the specifics. But it's just not that big a deal. We don't have a Thanksgiving, obviously. And it's Christmas. This is why we borrow your turkey. Your turkey hens, as they used to be known. In Spain, basically they're peacocks. Pavo, the Spanish word for turkeys, is borrowed from Latin, where pavo is peacock. Or something like it, anyway. Because of the fanning of the tail feathers. Basically, it's a peacock hen. Yeah, now you know. You didn't know at the beginning, now you know. He's been looking at it for 16 years, so now it's a 32 years aged whiskey. This could well be the case. Been on the shelf for a couple of weeks now, okay. Some of those warehouses where they store barrels is awesome, but I'm wondering if they cheat with blends. Yeah, you'll never truly know. You can only ever suspect, unless you get a tip off from someone inside. I think he likes it with just him. Romaine, he's had others that didn't go well. I don't know that. Boxing Day is a thing in Canada. You have the word and everything. Robert Mack says, evening DM. Good evening, Robert. I'll be working Friday, but I had Christmas Eve and day off. Hold on. Christmas is Thursday, yeah? And you're working Boxing Day and the day. Oh, but you will have had Christmas Eve and the day itself off. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, folks. What have I got? Have I run out of things to talk about? Now I'm caught up with chat. It's always a danger. I don't like being too far behind with chat, but if I find myself caught up, it's like, oh, nothing to talk about. There are 18 of you here and only 13 thumbs ups. We didn't hit 20 last time. One day soon I'm going to rant time. I can do rants. If you give me a topic, I can rant. When did I last get called racist? I did a rant after being called racist a while back. Look at this, guys. I finished the first beer inside the first hour. Just recently it's been taking me 2 and 3 hours to get through the first beer. I've been very, very gay just lately. Hold on. I've just realised I haven't plugged the the phone back in after I undid it to show you Tina. I did show you Tina, didn't I? Are you still here, darling? I'm here and you're awake. Would you mind if I show you to the people again? You know how I like showing you. Let me see if I can show you off to the people. I unplugged the phone. It's not right. What does that say? Highlight safety. No, that wasn't a highlight. It's misunderstood my click. Here we go, folks. Look at this. Look at that. Isn't that just the cutest thing ever? Is that on screen? Hello, babe. Hello, baby. Yeah. Daddy's here. I'm waiting to take you out. When the rain stops and we get a good break, I'll take you out for a pee and a poo. She has been fed today. She's had her food and drink already. It is just a pee and a poo that she needs. I can't see. I've got my own hand in front of the screen, so I couldn't see it. Look at her though. Isn't that just so cute? Wouldn't you like to be me and just sleep here with your little darling? Sleepies with your daddy, eh? And daddy gets to sleep with his little girl. Okay. Otherwise, I gotta stop. Otherwise, I'll get accused of just pimping out my dog and being a Hassan Piker. Pimping out my dog for likes. That's not the aim. Let me open this. I did just reach over and get this. It is really cold. These cans are hovering just above, I don't know, 2 or 3 degrees. The fridge is really cool at the minute. But I got 2 shopping bags in front of them, loaded with stuff that doesn't fit in. I almost wish I'd gone for a proper fridge, you know, like a big, more cubic capacity, more litres. I'm happy with what I've got. Anything else would be a lot more difficult to power. It would also be a lot more chunky to get around. But I've got to sort through my shopping and pick out the things that really need refrigerating and put those in tomorrow. Move away from the light. Don't put beers near. Yeah, I gotta watch the this lamp versus the it is stood on the tripod at the minute. There are 3 cans underneath, but I did make the mistake. Let me show you. The empty one is the nearest one, so the one that's lightest and in a wind or whatever, if those get knocked by the walls getting bounced in, it will collapse this way because the empty can is the nearest can. I should have re-engineered that and made that. I should have made that be the furthest can away, but hey, you don't always get to control these things. Scotty. Good evening, Mike. Raining some there, pal. Hope the tent is holding up. Yeah, the tent's fine. This tent's gonna see me through this winter. I'm convinced. We're gonna get a year out of this one. It's gonna be the first tent to manage an actual year. I can't remember when we put it up. It might have been April or May. I'd have to look back through my notes diligently. I often glance back at the notes or at old videos, but I'd have to. I'm gonna say April or May. This went up. It's gonna see me. It's gonna see me. There are no significant problems. There are holes in the floor where it rubs and gets a hole. So if it's really, really wet underneath, water comes into the tent, but not necessarily into the bedrooms. The bedrooms are their own plastic envelope. So even if there's water underneath, it's not automatically in the bedrooms. There's one or two tears in the roof from the idiot where I had the stand-up fight for 2 hours a couple of months ago, but they seem to be pretty well sealed. And there's a tarp. So you got the tent with a rip, but sealed, and above it you've got a tarp with a rip, but that's not aligned. So if the tarp leaks, it puts water on the tent roof, but it's running away. It's not dropping in on the hole in the roof. There's only 2 holes in the roof. Everything seems fine. I'm fairly confident. So I used to have what I called my storm protocol. In a storm, I would have shit ready. I would have an extra pair of shoes here on the bed, extra set of dry clothes, a coat, well, 2 coats, one to run in and out with and another for if things went totally shit. I'd prepare ahead of a rain. If I saw rain on the radar, I had all these preparations I made. I don't even notice rain on the radar anymore. I don't even react. If I see rain in the weather forecast, I just think, oh, how much? Oh, okay. 3 millimeters, 5 millimeters, 10 millimeters. I don't care. I don't react. I've become a little bit blasé about it. This week I gave away half of my emergency supplies. I gave away a tent, a sleeping bag and a bedroll. The foam mat you put on the ground when you want to sleep on it. I gave away 3 of these things because I've already got another of them. I've got another emergency tent, I've got another emergency sleeping bag, I've got another bedroll. And I'm here in this tent and I've already got the next big tent, the next 6-7 meter tent. I'm sitting so pretty, it's almost embarrassing. Then I've got people trying to line me up with charities. And it's almost like, could I take money from the charity? Could I take the help? Am I not there already? It almost seems like it would be unfair to take money from some of these organisations because I'm alright, Jack. In the same way that I've taken the begging link from the pinned chat comment. If you really, really must send me something, dig around in the description and about halfway down you'll find the links. But I'm okay for this. I'm okay for Christmas and New Year, folks. I'm good. I got enough money to get whatever I need. I'm covered. Christmas and New Year sorted. Maybe come back the back end of January and think again if you wanted to make a donation. But there's no urgency, there's no impetus for anything now. Let me reach over and see. So yeah, tent's holding up, it's gonna hold up. Beam me up. Yeah, okay, that's Scotty. Yeah. I like the rain, so it's a good sound effect. I do it all with virtual reality and AI. Were any of you here when I got accused of that? I was doing a proper TrampCast outside, sat at the fucking table, and some cunt says, I've been to that field, there's nothing there. This is all AI. You're a scam. It was hilarious. I just banned the cunt, but he's one of the, I think I've banned like 3 or 4 people in a couple of years. I've been there. There's nothing there. You're not there. It's all lies. Okay. David's been here. Mr. Schofield's been here. He came. He came one time. I think I'm real. I think I'm real. There's a few of you that have been here. It is a thing. Did we fly to the moon or fake Stan? Okay, did we go to the moon or was it Stanley Kubrick? And I'm fairly certain we went. I like conspiracy theories, but some are too far-fetched. We went to the moon. The Magnificent 12 that landed, that stepped foot on the moon. I think we've only got 3 or 4 left. How many? Hold on. There was a big discussion this week, wasn't there? One of the 12 met with a conspiracy theorist, shot him out of the fucking water. Was it Tiernan? Tiernan? Whatever he's called. Hold on. We only put 12. 3 through 6 flights, 3 in each flight, but 1 orbits the moon and waited for them to come back. How many of the 12? What do you call them? The Magnificent 12? The 12 moon landers. Let's have a look. How many of the 12 are still alive? It's possibly just 1 or 2. Moon landers. Landers? Would you call them landers? It's not really a word. And that's not how you spell it, even if it was a word. Are alive. Really inelegantly quoted kind of... Of the 12 who walked on the moon, 4 are still alive as of December 2025. Buzz Aldrin, number 2. David Scott from 15. Charles Duke, Harrison Schmidt. So not Tiernan this week arguing with the others. Okay. Tiernan or Tiernan. Buzz Aldrin, David Scott, Charles Duke, Harrison Schmidt. Apollo 11, 15, 16, 17. The descent stages of all 6 are still on the moon. Now you know. Sorry, I was away, not ignoring you, but not heard that. Yeah, I'm sure you'd not heard that they beamed me up. Yeah. For some reason, this is weird. I always feel that James Doohan's Irish rather than Scott. I know the name's Scotty, and he's got the accent, and he's Canadian if I remember correctly, so he's more of a Scottish link than Irish. But when I hear him, I think Ireland. And I don't know why. I don't know where I get that from. It's just like a deep core feeling, almost memory. Not sure. Fly me to the moon, let me play amongst the stars. Something, something, Jupiter and Mars. Yeah. Oh yeah, everybody. Bottom left-hand corner, red dot should say live. If you join late, you might have started at the beginning. You might be like an hour behind, an hour and 9 minutes behind, perhaps. You might make a comment and we've got no context. Always check that you're live. In chat, if you leave it to the default, you are what's called top chat. It's like Top Cat, the most indisputable leader of the pack. He's the one. He's the most tip-top, top cat. No, top chat. You don't want to be top chat. Select all messages. So there's a 3-line, the burger menu, or maybe a cog. It varies from platform to platform, but you don't want to be on top chat or top cat. You want to be on all messages. Everyone, everybody, everywhere. Make sure to select all messages. James Doohan, it was indeed. Dark side of the moon we'll never know. There's no such thing as a dark side of the moon. It's hidden from us, but it's bright. It gets as much sun as we do. And the Chinese have been there far more often than we have. We call it the dark side of the moon because it's unknown to us, but it's not dark. It gets as much sun as we do. What? Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. There you go, Matt Saucer. Are you a flying saucer, Matt? Let's. I don't know. Is there anybody in there? Hello, is there anybody in there? Good. Yeah, okay. I am now caught up. I don't know why I was behind in the first place. I probably went off on a rant or a let's call them monologues rather than rants, if we can. Let's keep it civilized. Did anybody notice the new glasses? I broke my glasses at the beginning of the week. At the end of the, can I show you? I think I might have said this already. I'm going to do this. I'm going to turn it around and put the light on, and this time it's not aimed at Tina. You see the doorway there, the arch, the zip that isn't done up. It can't be done up because half the bed, I've got two mattresses, one on top of another, and the top one slides forward about a foot, about 30 or 40 centimetres. Anyway, I was sat in the opening there, trying to talk to Tina, and she was being a bitch the other day. And so I turned to her, and I caught my head on the wall next to the doorway. You know that plastic, where that tag is, the white tag on the black. Anyway, I turned sharply and heard a crunch, and that was my glasses breaking apart. There's a Christmas tree that I can't afford to light up at the minute. Where am I power-wise? I'm worried power-wise, because it can disappear. We're down to 35% power on the EcoFlow. But I have had a couple of issues lately where that kind of level just disappears and evaporates overnight. The phone's on 75 and not even plugged in, look. I keep forgetting to plug it back in. Here's the wire. Let me plug the phone in. The phone, fully charged on 100%, will give me about 7 or 8 hours. The tablet fully charged will give me 10 or 12 hours. Unless I switch to the extreme power saving mode, in which case it will give me a day and a half. But that has to be audio only and with the screen turned off. So I've been downloading lots of audio books. I've got Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy that I'm 3/5 of the way through. Read by the man himself, the author. Can't remember his name right now. Douglas Adams. See, I told you I couldn't remember it. Honestly, 3 seconds ago I had no idea what the fuck his name was. How I drag some of these things up sometimes amazes me. And at other times, how I can't remember them when they're right on the tip of my tongue. Fucking amazes me. That's life. Day after day, love turns grey like the skin of a dying man. That's very, well, it's emotive, but it's quite depressing. A dying man's skin turning grey. As we get older, your skin does become thinner and kind of translucent, doesn't it? It just turns kind of grey, or has the appearance of grey without actually being grey. This is true. But yeah, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, I'm really enjoying it. I think I've listened to it once in the past, the actual book, but mainly I remember the BBC TV series from was it the late 70s or was it the early 80s? And unfortunately, I did go to the cinema with my wife and watch the one in the early 2000s with the guy out of The Office. What's he called? Martin Freeman. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of the Martin Freeman one. It was spoiled for me by the fact that there's a big Coca-Cola stain in the middle of the fucking screen. Apparently, kids would just get the big Coca-Cola bottle, take the lid off, and launch it, and it hit the middle of the screen. And when we complained and said, "Yeah, but the screen's dirty," "Oh yeah, it's always like that, but we've got it scheduled. It'll next be cleaned next Wednesday." So it's like every fortnight it got cleaned because this was a regular thing. Somebody needs to be in there and see who does it and take them out back and give them a good hiding when they do it. If you were to drag one out and give him a good kicking, and he tells his friends and his friends tell their friends, and then everybody knows if you do that you get a good kicking, it wouldn't happen again. Maybe some clown would try it the week after just to prove what a man he was. You got to take him outside and show him what a man he's not. A good hiding solves so many fucking societal issues. I'm a fan of violence. I don't know if I've mentioned it. It has to be justified. It has to be proportionate. But young men need showing boundaries. Young men will push and push and push until there's a line. You've got to give them the fucking line and let them know. And not just let them know, let their friends know. Have their friends tell their friends tell their friends. Oh, you don't want to push the fucking limit in the... Don't be throwing your coke at the screen in this cinema or you'll get your ass kicked. Violence, people say violence never solved anything. And I always say to them, World War II, World War One, Crimean, violence has solved so many things. Agincourt, violence solved so many things. Violence is often the fucking answer. Don't tell me it's not. It depends what the question is and whether you're applying the right answer in the right place at the right time. But so often in life, violence is the answer. As Britain is probably going to find out within the next 2 or 3 years, if we carry on having politicians not standing up and representing the people against the invaders, a Quinn Martin production. You know where I'm going. If the politicians can't get their act together and represent the people will represent the people. That's not what you want. A mob is very, very violent. People die. The purpose of government is to head off the mob. You don't get to tell the mob that they're sexist, homophobic, blah, 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 blah. That's not your job. You got to represent those people to the extent where they no longer feel mobbish. Or you're going to have corpses littering the street. YouTube. Predicting. Not proposing, not suggesting. I'm predicting. Just for the avoidance of any doubt, I don't want riots and violence and dead people in the streets. I just fear that's where we're going. Let's turn this around because it is Christmas, even though some people would have us not remind you of the fact with your evergreen trees, folks. You're not allowed a Christmas tree anymore. You're allowed an evergreen tree, not a Christmas tree. Martin Freeman, Mos Def. I had no idea what a Mos Def is. I wouldn't know if I fell over him. Yeah, I remember Slatty Bartfast with his the fjords of Norway and what have you. Yeah, Dark Side of the Moon. Yeah, I got that reference. Yeah. Jasper, hello, mate. I haven't seen you in a little while. You got a terrible flu. Is it the super flu that's gonna? I mean, you're not in the UK, so you're not gonna shut down the NHS. Remind me, Holland or Belgium? Where are you? I don't think you answered the last time I asked. But I did see you. I did see a video of yours a few days ago. Terry steps into the room. Hello, hello. Do you remember getting a sadistic beat? Do you remember getting a beating from sadistic teachers? Yeah, I had a metalwork and woodwork. I guess what you would call shop. We didn't have that term then, but the workshop teacher, the metal, he had a leather coat on and fancied himself. He gave me a beating. My dad went to see him. My dad was about my height. He's only about 5'8", 5'9". Parachute regiment. The teacher was very, very apologetic and compliant, allegedly. Yeah, you know. That's in Bartfast, Slatty Bartfast. Yeah, what's his real name? No idea. It might have been, was it the same guy that was in Roll Over Beethoven? The comedy series with Nigel Planer and Lisa, what was she called? Lisa, she was in Bergerac. Bergerac knobbed her. Lisa or Lisa, not Walker. Lisa. The same guy played, I'm fairly sure it's the same guy. I don't actually know. Who knows? You're in Germany, mate. Okay. So didn't I see there was a big like German or didn't you have a German girlfriend? A German? No, sorry, not German. Russian or Ukrainian girlfriend. Maybe it's just a girl that was visiting you. I don't know. Maybe I drew too much inference. How are the sheep? And is it only sheep still? This is to Jasper. I like Jasper. His mind wanders mid-conversation. We're very similar in jumping off on tangents. We're very alike in that way. So I do like it when Jasper's here and when he's active. The conversation can go anywhere, folks. He'll jump off on one tangent, I'll jump off on another. We could go anywhere. We could go anywhere. Slightly bad fast. Are you under? Tina's under the covers. It's raining still, but it's very low, very quiet. Obviously, I have to take her out at some point in the night. Choosing our moment. Do we go out while it's still raining? Or do we wait for it to stop entirely? What do I do with you guys? Do I take you with me? It'd be very dark out there, no lights. And taking a dog for a pee and a poo isn't exactly stimulating viewing, I wouldn't imagine. I don't know what I do. Can you hear the rain? Is that still audible to you? Or is it too quiet? I've got a drip somewhere as well. Is that inside or out? I put my foot down earlier in some water. There is a leak somewhere. I was going for a pee myself, and it's my the gentleman's convenience is in the other bedroom, just inside and to the left. And I put my right foot down outside the other bedroom, and I was in a pool of water. I got a very wet foot just at that point. Tense, folks. Tense. What can you do? I don't know. 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 I don't know Let's have a... Maybe I'll hold you up. Are you in a tent? I am indeed. I've been in a tent on and off for 3 years. Prior to that, I was just in a bedroll in a field. I'm holding. I don't know whether you can hear that. It's almost nothing now. It is nothing. I could go out in that easily. Hold on. So Matt Saucer asks, "Are you in a tent, mate?" I am. Yeah. So let's. My bank don't recognise that I'm me. I'll give you the 30-second version. My bank say I'm not me, therefore the thousands of pounds I have in the bank I can't get access to. Therefore, people that I knew and trusted and liked called me a liar, turned their back on me, wouldn't help me. Stayed with one friend for 3 or 4 months. She eventually got wise and kicked me out. And I've been living rough ever since. Initially just in a park with 2 picnic blankets. Then I moved down here. Eventually 2 ladies bought me a phone and I got online, started this channel, and people started helping me. And now I'm living like a king in some respects. King of tramps. I mean, I'm not, don't get me wrong, I'm not well off by any means, but compared to how I was back initially when I had nothing, I'm in a tent. It is 6 meters by 3 meters. It's a big tent. It's got a big tarp that goes all the way over. That tarp got torn and ruined by a knob who decided he wanted to have a 2 or 3 hour fight one night. I won every round. I kept knocking him out. I kept putting him on the deck. But he kept coming back and back and back and back. And in the end, he ended up with really very cut hands where he fell on something in the field. But I lost half of my pots and pans that night. He kept throwing my pots and pans at me, and they disappeared. I don't fully understand whether, I don't know whether they're just lost in bushes, or whether he came back later and took them away, or whether someone else did. It's weird. But yeah, no, long and the short. Are you in a tent? Yes, I'm in a tent in a place called Torrevieja. I'm an Englishman trapped by circumstance in Spain, trapped by a combination of my bank, the Spanish police and court systems not letting me out of the country. They keep arresting me for missing court dates, but they keep not giving me the court dates. They don't give me the court date, but then they come and arrest me for not attending court. It has no consequences other than the fact that I'll lose that day. I'll spend 18 or 20 hours in the cells, and then have to work out how to go and get my dog and pick my dog up and come home. But there's no extra charges for missing the court dates, because if you miss a court date where you've been given the date, you're in trouble. You have to sign. When they give you the date, you have to sign for it. Kind of in triplicate. When they realise that, no, he's never signed, we haven't got a signature, he's never been given this date, they just hold me for a few hours and then, 20 odd hours, and then let me go. It's an inconvenience. It's even more of an inconvenience when you get to the airport and you're trying to leave the country and you can't. And then you're in handcuffs, you have to carry your bag and your coat, and you have to walk through the entire airport and be paraded in front of everybody. You learn to just laugh it off. It's a bunch of people that don't know you, that you're never going to see again in your life. They're getting a quick thrill seeing someone be arrested. Who gives a fuck? I mean, I do. I'd rather it not happen. But it's not my fault. It's not my doing. God bless you, crazy time, says Matt. Yeah, you know, this is my fourth Christmas being homeless. My fourth Christmas in this field. Oh, that's a big fart. Fourth Christmas. My first Christmas was possibly my best. It turned out. I didn't know it at the time. I had no money, I had no food. Christmas Eve, I found two 1 kilogram packs of pork. Really chewy, fatty, kind of horrible, really, but pork. But on top of a bin. I'm bringing those home. A lady takes one look at me, decides I'm homeless, and offers me a couple of chicken, like chicken breasts. So those were going to be my Christmas meal. I had a fire set up, ready for Christmas Day. I'd picked out my Yule log. I was going to cook live and real. Christmas morning, I went for a walk, and there was this crazy cat lady over the way, walking around, and she was handing out pies and pasties and things. And it turned out that she'd got them from this bag next to the bin. Whenever I walked, I had a Mercadona shopping bag, a carrier bag with me. The King Mercadona shopping bag. Your Sainsbury's bag for life is pathetic next to them. It might as well be one of those transparent Tesco fucking flimsy bags in comparison to a Mercadona bag. Mercadona are like the SAS of fucking of shopping bags. I filled my bag, I came back, I went back to fill another bag, and I did, but by the time I'd filled the second bag, the big bag, the sauce of all of it was light enough to pick up and put on my bag. So I put the little bag on my, and then I picked up and I fetched it. I left a few, I put like about 10 items down next to the bin in case there was anybody else like me that needed things. I put about 10 down that they'd find nice. I just brought the fucking bag home. I ate and ate and ate that entire Christmas and New Year. I didn't cook one. I had ready-made pies, pasties, pre-cooked pizzas. I had everything. One day, I think Boxing Day, I ate the worst pie I've ever eaten in my life. Not because the ingredients were bad. Well, yeah. Imagine a meat pie, right? Imagine 12 different meats in one pie. So you've got the pastry and you've got all these different meats. Not a fucking ounce of gravy inside. The Spanish don't know what gravy is. The gravy doesn't fucking exist. Is it the French that call it sauce anglaise? That's gravy. English sauce. The Spanish, no clue. I walked off and I went up the park where I used to live, where I lived when I was first homeless. I went up there just for a walk in that Christmas to New Year period, and I almost threw this fucking pie away. It was the driest, saddest. I mean, it's packed with meat, so I couldn't let myself throw it away. I had to keep going. It had the pastry, it had all the different meats. But it was the fucking driest hunk of shite I've ever... It was horrible. It was really, really bad. I mean, as a homeless person, I couldn't be throwing away all that meat. But it was difficult to get through, and it was a real fucking trauma. Alf Garnett or Steptoe Son? Oh, there's a question. I love both of those programs. Alf Garnett taking the piss out of racists by being racist. It's kind of clever, isn't it? And some people couldn't do the mental gymnastics, so they just saw the actor as being racist, and the writers. Some people accept everything like at face value. They can't. It's like when I said earlier about waking up dead the next day. There's always someone who goes, but you won't wake up if you're dead. There's always. Now, some people knowingly play along with, I'm not saying that everyone who says that is dumb. But some people can't make that mental leap that you're doing sarcasm or that you're doing, that you're taking the piss, not in the obvious way, but you're reversing it. You're not being racist. You're taking the piss out of the racist. But racist jokes can and are often funny just in their own right. I'm not gonna sugarcoat shit. I like a good racist joke. I may once or twice make one or two myself. If you don't like it, fuck off. I can't help you. It's on the flip side, so back to the real side, the reverse and the obverse. That's the name of the front of a coin, by the way. The obverse. And then you've got the reverse. Where was I? Oh, on the flip side, I have said the N-word a few times. So you may consider me racist. I've said Paki as well. We did all the time when I was a kid, the local shop. I mean, in fairness, they revolutionized shopping in Britain. The Paki shop down the road and the Chinky, the Chinese takeaway along the road. That was open on the days when the fish and chip shop wasn't. It was open later and longer. Yeah. But yeah, no, the Paki shop around the corner. When the shops all closed at 5 and this place was open while 7, 8, 9. When all the shops had half-day closing and these lot just stayed open. So if you were stuck for something, if you suddenly needed something or realized you needed something, yeah. So I use the words. Am I racist? I'd like to think not. No more. I'm like any other. I like the in group. My preference is for my own kind. Does that mean that I'm explicitly anti the other groups? I don't. I mean, maybe. I'm open to the idea that I might be, to some limited extent. I'm not Ku Klux Klan or anything, except the current things happening in the UK and the rest of Europe. The invasion, the boat people, the rapists. If they can't manage themselves, if they can't report each other, if they can't get a handle on their community, then I say fuck them all, back off. Is that racist? I don't think it is. It's not because they're brown. It's because they can't fucking behave. That's not race. I'm behaviorist. Am I? Behaviorist. That's not even a term. The word exists, but in a different capacity. Behaviorist already exists as a matey boy and his dogs. What's that with the bell? And when the bell rings and they foam at the mouth and are ready for food. Can't remember his name. I do know it. It's a big thing in sociology and psychology. I know it. I've not got. If I was to type here, dog bell food, that's all I'm going to type. I'm going to keep it that. I know his name. I just can't remember it. I'll know it as soon as I see it. Dog bell food. Pavlov's dogs. There we fucking go. It's actually not the name I was thinking of. I was thinking of someone with B's in his name, who is also a classical conditioning researcher. I can't think why. Pavlov's dogs. It wasn't it. I noticed a phenomenon at school, in the primary school, when the dinner lady started clanking the plates, suddenly you got hungry. Um, yeah, I remember that shit. Let me scroll, folks, because I'm way back. Alf Garner, yeah. What an honest, genuine man you are, Mike. You deserve a bit of good luck. Said, Mashtag. Mashtag Michael. What an honest, genuine. I mean, I shoot from the hip. I'm a Yorkshireman. I'm a Barnsleyman. I shoot from the hip. I say some things you'll disagree with, but I say what I say. I say what my thoughts are. I'm a straight shooting. Yeah. Take it or leave it, like it or don't. And often I will notice after I've had a day, if I do one of these and I rant a lot, the subscribers go down. I lose subscribers. Happens all the time. I was struggling for the longest time to get above 1666. I'd get to 1669, it'd fall back to 1664, and now we're above 1670, but only just. And only because I got a shout out on 2 other channels. And they'll probably leave as soon as they watch this and see what an asshole I am. So yeah. Which is your favourite? What of like Afghan and Steptoe and Son? Oh, they're too close to call, aren't they? Those classics from back in those days. Hancock's Half Hour. Did I get that? Did you see that? I think I got that one. It was right in front of me, and if I didn't get it, it had to have teleported out at the last fucking second. Where's Scotty? Did he transport the fly away just as I was fucking grabbing it? Because there's no dead fly in my palm. I couldn't have missed it. It was right there. Fuck, in summer, I would catch 1 in 3. In winter, I haven't caught one for about 3 fucking months. Till Death Do Us Part was great. It was. The 70s comedies were exquisite. Some mothers do have them with Frank Spencer. What's he called? Michael. Couldn't believe it when he went off and became a singer and did what was that called? The Mask, the singer in Paris. Yeah, no idea. Words, vocabulary, it's all gone. I've got nothing. Apparently, I just talk, and sometimes words disappear, and I can't talk anymore. You're talking about how honest and open I can be, and you can't fucking think of the words. Michael Crawford, wasn't it? Michael Crawford. Some others do have them. Whoops, Betty. I've done a whoopsie. And the singing thing in Paris, Notre Dame. The bells, Quasimodo. I got no clue. Help me. I'm gonna shoot to the bottom. Michael Crawford, you got that? Hey, Karen's here. Hello, Karen. It's a cake, says Tommy Tombstone. It's a cake. That doesn't help. Message redacted. Till death do us. Yeah, okay, I got that. I'm gonna sit here until I get the name of the musical, Phantom of the Opera. I get there in the end, folks. I get there in the end. When they picked Philip Schofield to do it as well, so there have been some, and Jason Donovan. When they've picked the leading man, when they've done new adaptations of There've been some real fucking surprises. I mean, Jason Donovan, he's like a failed Kylie Minogue. How did they pick him? He used to bleach his hair with a lemon to keep it blonde. Oh, what the fuck? Philip Schofield. I had an argument with my mum way back in was it the late 80s or the early 90s? I said he was bent as a fucking 9 bob note. And she was like, "You see gay everywhere. Are you sure it's not you? You see gay, gay, gay." Do you know, Elton John, George Michael, and uh, and Philip Schofield were my three biggies. I was saying for fucking years. Elton John was sending George Michael a dozen red roses on his birthday. Men don't do that. That's not a manly men thing. That's not. I've never sent a man flowers in my fucking. I've sent women flowers. Usually we're at some kind of advanced courting stage. It's not something you do too early. That's a little bit weird. But I've never sent a man flowers in my fucking life. It's just not a fucking thing. But Philip Schofield, I spotted 20, 30 years before that became public. What's he got, like 5 daughters or something, but he's bent as a 9 bob note. Yeah, I don't know. Michael Crawford, Stepso and Son for me, what a laugh. Yeah, I loved all of those. I could come a little bit further forward and we could do like Get Some In and what was the other one? Windsor Davies in the Jungle. What was that called? Windsor Davies, Don, what was he called? The little guy, the Don Lemon, not Lemon. Can't remember what that TV program's called. And you've got the landlord, Leonard Rossiter. What was he? Rigsby. Rigsby. What was that called? With Miss Jones. Miss Jones. Leonard Rigsby. What's the name of the program? I've got the theme tune playing in my fucking head, but I can't name the tune. I can't name the show. That whole period. Yeah, someone said Only Fools and Horses. That's Michael Mashtag. Only Fools and Horses is the best ever made. There's nothing to compare to it. Comedy gold. When him and Trigger are in the bar, stay cool, and he goes to lean and he falls in. Or him and Rodney running through the streets as Batman and Robin. Or the chandelier. Get ready to catch it! I'm undoing it! I'm undoing it! It's the wrong chandelier and the other one falls on the floor. This time next year we'll be millionaires, Rodney. This time next year. I should download that. That is good. That is comedy gold. It really is. Is it so great that nothing compares? I mean, it's brilliant. It's one of the best. If you're gonna have a top 10, it's gonna be right in there. Is it the top? Rising Damp, wasn't it? Leonard Rossiter and Rigsby. Rising Damp. What's the top? George and Mildred. And the other one, Man About the House. George and Robin's Nest. They're all related. They're all spin-offs from each other, aren't they? Robin's Nest, Man About the House, George and Mildred. I'd put all those in the top. I'd put those in the top. All three of those would go in my top 10. All three. Is Richard O'Sullivan still with us? Or has he got... I haven't heard of him dying, so he might still be with us. I don't know. Either that or he passed so long ago I don't even remember. Who'd I say? Richard O'Sullivan. Is it O'Sullivan or just Sullivan? Richard. put the fucking C in there, you dumb shit. Richard. I'm gonna go with O'Sullivan. That's my recollection, whether right or wrong. Yeah, there you go, Richard O'Sullivan. 81 years old. Okay, 7th of May 1944. So still with us. I haven't seen. Is he active? I haven't seen him in anything since all of those 70s and 80s. Oh, he did that one. Oh yeah, he did Dick Turpin. I just saw Dick Turpin in the listing. Me and My Girl was it called as well. But she went off and became a bit of a wild child. Emma Ridley, maybe. Is it Emma Ridley? She was off clubbing before she was even old enough to be clubbing. She was a wild child, as they were called at the time, around the club scene in the UK. Cheers, folks. Do you think it might be possible to just hit that 20 likes? Do you think? If there's someone there and you haven't, I'd appreciate you hitting the like button. If you've already hit it, don't hit it again. Don't subtract. But if you haven't hit the button, there was Karen Singh rising down probably before me. Tommy Cooper, yeah, Tommy Cooper was brilliant. To be so good at magic that you can make yourself appear bad at it. Les Dawson, piano. He could make himself look. You have to be really good with the piano to make yourself look that bad deliberately. To play it out of key and that's self-deprecating. As far as I can tell, that's a very British thing. To do comedy where you're not the hero. American comedy, you're the wisecracking, smartest guy in the room. You make everybody laugh. British comedy, Ricky Gervais, you're the embarrassing guy in the room that makes everyone else cringe and look away from and feel repulsed by. It's a very British kind of humor. Yeah. Hit the likes, help the channel. Skål, says Tom, and I'm going to say skål back, right back at you, my friend. You just reminded me. I don't know if I mentioned this the other day. I don't think I did. I should have. So a friend of mine sends me money almost every month. Now, I think the idea was that whenever he got a pension payment, he sends me a little bit. Well, actually, quite a bit. It's not a small payment. As we used to say around these parts, that ain't cheap. Each and every month, he would send each and every month when he got the payment. Now, every now and again, he'd miss a payment, and I thought, oh, his pension or whatever. Maybe it's only 10 months of the year. Maybe they wrap everything up, and don't. The other day, he contacted me and he said, "Oh, I was just checking back and I realized I've missed a couple of months. So as well as this month, here's the month that I've missed." Wow. There's no, for anybody out there who decides to send me money like I'm going to say religiously, frequently, there's no obligation. If you miss because you forget or because you haven't got it or because things are tight, or please, that you are not obligated to send me. You're not obligated to try and look after a guy in a field, okay? It's I'm happy for anything I get, and on the month I don't get, I move on. I survive because that's what I do. There's no imperative on your side of things. There's no obligation. So Sven, thank you very, very much, my friend. But you didn't have to do that. And nobody, I got a couple of other people who send me on a semi-regular basis. There's no necessity, there's no obligation, there's no imperative. I will live. I will survive. Okay, folks. I haven't got anywhere else to go. I haven't got a conversation to go after that. Loads of good scenes everyone remembers a million times. Yeah, from the comedy shows. Only Fools and Horses. Only. Does anybody remember Only When I Laugh? The three guys in was it three guys in hospital, and the Victor Meldrew guy was the doctor, and then there was another doctor called, was he called Gupta? Oops, we might be being a bit racist there. I'm not sure. It was 1970s comedy. And there was another one in the 70s, definitely the 70s. Well, there was the one in the nursing home with Pat Coombs and a rather large lady whose name I don't remember. Oh, enjoyed that one. That was great. I did watch it a few. It's on YouTube. You can find it. I don't remember the name. I'd have to remember the name in order to find it. But they were in an old folks home, kind of trying to enjoy life. Um, there was another one though. There was another one with a guy who was really popular at the time who's disappeared. You never see him in anything. I mean, obviously he's passed himself, but you never see anything he was in. Short guy, thinning to bald on top with kind of bushy at the sides, and they were dead. Everyone's so it's what happens when you go to heaven. It's a lot like the Americans just did one this a few years back, didn't they, with Ted Danson called The Good Place. It's that, but British in the 70s. All the comedic things after you've died. Is your wife still your wife? Because you swore an oath till death do us part, but now you're dead. So now you're apart, maybe, or maybe not. And there's a lot of they played on a lot of that stuff. No idea what that was called. It's one of those forgotten comedies like Kinvig, which nobody except me remembers. Some things in life. I have a reconnecting. You are alive. I have a good memory for some things, like the comedy Kinvig, that nobody else on this earth even knows about. It had the blonde bird out of Blake Seven, who came into Emmerdale much, much later. With that guy that looks like John Alderton but isn't. That's not going to help anybody but me. Selwyn Froggatt, I remember. Yeah. Selwyn Froggatt. The Welsh guy at the bar that nobody could understand. Selwyn Froggatt. There was a catchphrase, wasn't there? What was the catchphrase? Magic Arm Morris? Maybe? Was it? Was it Magic Arm Morris? I think it was. Magic Arm Morris. He did a few comedies over the years. Before he was in Heartbeat, and he became a mainstay as almost a tramp, I guess you would say, within Heartbeat. That went on a long time, didn't it? Wixie left EastEnders and started Heartbeat, and Heartbeat went on for like 35 fucking years. With Wingnut, what was he called? The guy with the ears out of the Yes Minister and Yes Prime Minister. Can't remember his name. Ginger hair, ears, Heartbeat. How did I get to Heartbeat? We went through Selwyn Froggy, and then we go. Mr. S is stepping away into lurker mode. Okay. Carry On, the Carry On films. Which was the one where she did the thing in the brow and did the thing? I'm a guy. I like boobs. Barbara Windsor always got me. Um, we're simple creatures. Hint. You don't even have to show boobs. We just hint at boobs, and we're there. It's a man thing. Well, it's a hetero man thing, I guess. But yeah, we're it's a thing. I'm just noticing that we hit 20 on the likes. We made it. Selwyn Frogger, yeah. Lurker mode. Randall and Hopkirk, I loved it. Randall and Hopkirk was brilliant, yeah. I prefer the 60s version, but Vic Reeves and Bob Mortimer did a, I'm going to guess 80s or 90s version. Great program. Love it. What else? You've got others from the 60s, haven't you? What was the one with Roger Moore and what's he called? I've got the one in mind. Are they called the Persuaders? Was he called the Persuaders? What's he called? Tony. Is Tony? What's he called? He was in drag with Marilyn Monroe, wasn't he? What's he called? That's a different film, but somebody give me a fucking name for a TV series and for the actor. Tony. All right. His daughter was in a film in the 80s. She's in the House of Lords now. She's married to a lord. She's American, married Lee. No. Curtis. Tony Curtis. Yeah? So what would the daughter be? Hold on. He's Tony Curtis. I remember I got that far. That's where I wanted to be. Tony Curtis. Yeah. We got there. And the daughter is called. Oh, come on. She had her tits out in that film in the 80s where the two guys are gambling. They're betting $1 whether they can make a poor man act rich and a rich man be poor. Trading places, trading spaces. Jamie Lee Curtis. Thank you, Karen. You are indeed correct. Jamie Lee Curtis. She was a babe back in the day. She was in Fog, wasn't she? Was it called Fog? The Mist, Fog, whatever that film was. She was also in the first of the Halloween. Was it Halloween? She was in that as well, I think. I only know her because boobs, because I'm a guy. It's a man thing. Ladies hate us for it, but we are boob obsessed. Fucking, it's. No further explanation required. Jamie Lee Curtis, Tony Curtis. Yeah. The Persuaders. It's a damn good TV. It's actually. I was watching it episode by episode not long ago. Just on YouTube. I didn't download it. I just stream. As a rule, I hate streaming things. My preference is to. If I'm going to download it once, I want to keep it and then I can watch it hundreds. But I was just watching them. It's a damn fine TV series. And so is Roger Moore's other one, The Saint. It starts off in black and white, doesn't it? But the production values, the editing, the photography, the act, it's top notch. Really was top notch TV back then. Almost like watching a play right in front of you, but it's really well done. Obviously, color is better than not color, but Trading Places is a film that I haven't seen. Your education is lacking, Mr. Tommy Tombstone. You must rectify. It's another one that's almost a Christmas film because it kind of spans a whole year, I think. But there's a big thing with Christmas in the middle. But yeah, then it goes through to Orange Futures in spring, I guess. But yeah, it's a good. You should watch Trading Places. A good film. Dan Aykroyd at his best, I would say, and Eddie Murphy. Oh, maybe not at his best. Maybe would you say that those of you that have seen them, Axel Foley, the detective. What are those films called? I think that's peak Eddie Murphy. The three films. I'm going to say three. There might be four, but certainly the first three. What's it called? I can't remember what the Beverly Hills Cop. Thank you. Fuck my head. I'm all right going off on a tangent, but asking me a specific thing like, well, yeah, but what's the name of the thing? Couldn't get there. Could not get there. Axel Foley, and then you get the frog, don't you? And you don't want that shit on your phone. You did though, didn't you? You had it on your phone back in the day, back in the early '90s or whenever it was. But that is peak Eddie Murphy. I don't know what happened to him after that. What has he done since? Anything? He was a robot. He was the guy he was a captain of a spaceship that looked like a robot called Brian or something. No idea what he's done since. Anything notable? I watched. Somebody told me about a film that they said was the worst film ever made, and it was Eddie Murphy as like a space detective or something, and we were on Mars or the moon or fucking somewhere, and I really enjoyed it. For something that had been slated as like the worst film ever made. I really enjoyed it. I really did. I kept it. After I downloaded it and watched it, I stored it on the hard drive. No. What about Dudley Moore? Dudley Moore's a lucky bugger, isn't he? For such a little ugly man, for him to be landing your Bo Derricks and such. Yeah, no, you gotta respect his game. Now she was a 10. She's certainly a 9.9. If there's any such thing as a 10, she was about as close as you get. Before she ran off to like man a like a cat sanctuary or whatever. She's all for the animals, isn't she? Coming to America was good, yeah. Yeah, I enjoyed Coming to America. What was the other one as well with a child? The Golden Child? Was that the name of the film? Might have been. Awful movies can be great. They can. Die Hard 2 on now, says Andy. What channel? In the UK, so it's going to be ITV or BBC. I will save Die Hard 2 probably for Boxing Day. Maybe. No, maybe Christmas Day. I'll probably watch Die Hard Christmas Eve and Die Hard 2 Christmas Day. I've still got lined up and I haven't watched because it's a bit too soon still. It's a Wonderful Life. I got to have lined up It's a Wonderful Life and the other one, The Bishop's Wife. I think it's because of the whiskey bottle, the cornucopaic whiskey bottle. Good word. Cornucopia and cornucopaic. Cornucopaic appertaining to cornucopia. Cornucopia, the shell that refills the never ending beverage. And in The Bishop's Wife, is he called Clarence? Clarence is the angel, and is it the professor Robertson? What was he called? The actor was something Robertson. What's the bleeding time? If anyone gets the reference. What's the bleeding? Oh, he was in a film, probably Carry On Doctor, and he was talking about when you first make the incision and it bleeds just for a few seconds, and then one of the students who's not paying attention, he asks, "What's the bleeding time?" 12:20, my lord. Can I fucking It's like I've told myself a joke I've never heard before, but I have. Um, I don't remember the name of the guy. It was definitely Robertson. But anyway, he played the professor. And he's given a bottle of his whiskey never ends. It keeps topping up. Cornucopaic. Lovely word. You have to learn good words when you put in front of them like that. Die Hard 2, 10 minutes in, somebody already got shot. It's the one in the airport, isn't it? He notices people hanging about a employee's only doorway, and he gets suspicious, and he goes in, and people start shooting at him, and he loses his own gun on the conveyor belts, I think. And it all spirals from there. Definitely a Christmas film. Snow on the ground. Everybody stranded at the airport, like any Christmas. Stay away from airports at Christmas, folks. If you can't make it out there a week early, you've left it too late already. It's just done. I'm trying to remember the name of the actor that plays the bad guy. Sanderson? William Sanderson? Something like that. Yeah. Okay, I'm out. I'm out with topics. Keep me talking, guys. Talk to me. Talk to me, Goose. Talk to me. We made it to 20 thumbs up, so I appreciate that. I know that most of you stay for between kind of 15 and 30 minutes and dip in and out. So if you're there and you're not one of the ones that have pressed the thumbs up already, I'd appreciate it if you did. Even more so if you can dip into chat and give me topics. I'm happy to waffle on about anything and everything. I'm just a tramp living in a field. You can ask me about trampy things, or we can just discuss things from the 60s, 70s, and 80s that most of the people probably don't remember. Planes, trains, and automobiles. That's another one. Hold on. Is it Steve Martin or is it the fat fellow? What was he called? Uncle Buck. It might even be both of them. It's around 1989, isn't it? I might watch it once. I don't think I've watched it much. I don't. One guy sits next to another, and they're trying to fly somewhere, but the airport gets locked in, and so they go to rent a car, and they end up going together. Candy, John, is it John Candy? Yeah, it is a pair of them. It's not just one or the other. It's a pair. Okay, so yeah, I got the gist. It's a long time since I watched it. Something on my tongue. I'm gonna. If you bet. Oh shit! I'm going to. I'm gonna have a snifter of this again, folks. Might as well. We're not going to finish it tonight, but might as well get stuck in before I go to the shop again tomorrow. This is the. It's not licorice. What is it? It's the other stuff. 8, 9, 10, 12. We do a 12 count. What's the word? Not licorice. That's all in foreign. That's not going to remind. What's the word I'm looking for? Aniseed. Aniseed. Sometimes I'll drink it straight. Sometimes I'll put it with a bit of cola. But I think I strongly prefer just drinking it neat. very, very slowly. Mm. When you're drinking spirits neat, very, very slowly. Otherwise, you risk. I had to pour a bottle of lockdown lit. I think you've had a miss. Have you typed? You pressed the wrong button, or I hate that. I do this with Scruff Dog sometimes. You had to pour licorice down the sink. What? Did you get to the part where he rants to rental car lady? This is Planes, Trains, Automobiles. This wasn't to get home for Christmas, was it? This was to get home for Thanksgiving. We don't get any of this in Britain. Christmas is very distinct from other holidays. What's the we have bonfire night, which isn't really that big of a deal. Halloween is a nothingness for kids. So Christmas stands on its own. We don't have the big. It's not like there's a big build up with the events in the way. Christmas is its own standalone thing. Hold on. Oh, it stopped raining. Oh, should we do the walk? Do you want to come with me while we do a walkies with the dog? How are we going to do this, Tina? See, I've got to get her out of here and getting her through the door because she's broken the door. Getting her up and over and out. Probably not great to watch. She's fast asleep as well. Should I just leave it while later and walk her at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning? When you're not here? Maybe that's easier and better. I only just noticed that it stopped raining. I've got no idea when it I got no idea when it stopped. I can hear the cars on the main road. They're not running through a puddle. They're not running through a ford. Like they would if it had rained heavily. So there's no issue with the amount of rain. It was very light. It went on a while, but it's very light. I'll maybe don't wake her. Yeah, she's fast asleep. She's under the covers as well. She's not got her head out. I'll maybe take her after we finish here, folks. I'll take her. Trust me, I'm not going to leave her without. But 10 degrees in Torrevieja. That was at midnight. What's the time now? 20 past. So there or thereabouts. Okay. 10 degrees. Doesn't feel. I guess I've just been wearing my jumper and snood. I fell asleep this afternoon. I was going to go to the supermarket. And I just fell asleep at the wrong time. And when I woke up, I just thought, nah. It was dark when I woke up. You know, when you wake up in the dark, when you've had a nap, and you've no idea whether is it 6 o'clock this afternoon or is it 8 o'clock tomorrow morning? It could have been anywhere in between, and it was like 7 o'clock at night. Yeah. And the EcoFlow, I was surprised, it got to 51%. Like all day, no proper sunshine, a little bit of brightness. It was kind of shining through the clouds, and the EcoFlow was picking up 20 or 25 watts sometimes, but other times not. So to get to 50%, and now we're down to 29. And because it's been, shall I say, unpredictable, because I've had 40% disappear like that. I don't really believe even that. So making sure that I've got 100% on the tablet, which is on 93 still. Even though it's only picking up 3 or 4 watts, that's no good. I don't know. Where are we, folks? Talk to me. Talk to me, Goose. Let us sleep. 2 a.m. No 2 a.m. bright lights. I won't be waking. I won't wake her up until we go out. Okay. She's toasty warm, but not over warm. I'll tell you that. Her head's cold. I do like having her next to me though. Most days her head's down that end and I get the backside. I get the smelly end. That's my girl. That's how she likes it. She nuzzles amongst my toes, like my socks. She'll even lick my socks sometimes, just to get a flavour of me. I don't know. Dogs. What can you do? A bag of potato. Yeah, I read about these veg wars in supermarkets in the run up to Christmas. Yeah. 20 pence for a bag of potatoes. That'd be great. Get me one. Do they not deliver to Spain? Mm. Mm. Oh, that stuff is lovely. Aniseed flavoured alcohol. Do you remember aniseed balls when we were kids? Oh, loved them. They weren't my favourite. I would have probably bought Rainbow Crystal instead if I had a choice. But if someone gave me aniseed balls, that sounds awkward, doesn't it? But no, if someone gave me aniseed balls, I'd eat them. I love that stuff. Rainbow Crystal was my favourite. I mean, it's pure sugar, but so sharp and bitter and all the flavours. Rainbow Crystal. A bag of potatoes, 20p. Yeah, it depends how large a bag, but it sounds like something that you can't turn down. When I was a kid, potatoes were 5 pence a pound. That probably dates me massively, doesn't it? That would be mid to late 70s. 5 pence a pound. For old potatoes, you'd probably pay almost double for new potatoes when they came out. But yeah, old potatoes. And every now and again, you'd get a fucking actual stone in the bag, which is where all the weight went. You got ripped off by an actual fucking stone in the bag. You would probably be calling law enforcement nowadays if you found a rock in your bag of potatoes. Back then, you shrugged and said, such is life. Mm-mm. Carrots, 15p. What did I just pay? I paid a pound. No, I paid €1.10 or 15 for a kilogram last week, didn't I? No, 2 weeks ago. I've still got them. I haven't even opened them, guys. I'm going to do a stew tomorrow. I might bring you with me. I'm going to do something. Maybe I'll make some flatbreads and a stew of some description. We do have to go shopping as well, though, for real. I may, because I'm going to do a stew. If I need to cook it for like an hour on the heat, I may take the empty gas bottle up and get that changed. I may well. There's no point waiting for Christmas Eve and having it fucking run out while I'm trying to cook Christmas dinner. I may, even though it might not be economically ideal, if there's still a week's worth of gas in there. But it's best just not to have it run out at the wrong time. You're saying balls are welcome, Mike. You need to be careful of phrasing. Balls, aniseed balls. Aniseed balls are okay. But yeah, balls. I said about how the other day I was on Twitter, and I didn't know this was a thing. But all these trannies have been following me, and I just clicked on one of them. I didn't click a link to go anywhere. I just clicked on one of their phrases, whatever. I ended up with a screen full. You got all these people with tits out, and then big cocks, big. I was envious of the cock. I had no interest in tits and cocks like on the same person. That's very weird. But apparently this is allowed on YouTube as long as it's not illegal. So basically, ladyboys, we would have called them in the day. Now they don't. That phrase is frowned upon, and I'm now a sexist, racist, misogynist Nazi because I don't like tits and cock on the same person. Who knew? I mean, I've been a racist, misogynist, sexist, fucking Nazi ever since I didn't like Star Wars. Only the last 3 films. I liked the first 6. The first 3 were the best. The prequels were okay. I wasn't that. But the last 3 were just dog shit, and that made me a Nazi. All the words, sexist, misogynist, transphobic, blah blah, pig. I'm everything. I'm all the things. So I'm not worried about being called those names, but I get called them again now because quick change subject. Too much info. Yeah, I didn't know that Twitter allowed that stuff. There was screen after screen after screen of it, and some of them were very big boys. I was quite envious. I certainly can't compete. Fuck no. Sorry, ladies. If any of you are hobosexual, not homo, but hobosexual, I have my limits. I'm a normal bloke. I'm not that. It's just fucking not. I look at them and laugh at them, but I'm not that. Don't get your hopes up too high. Never had any complaints. It works. It's just not a fucking. It's not a marrow. You just said you didn't like the new Star Wars, which is fair enough. The 3 originals are awesome, though. I don't like. Oh yeah, no, the special editions. There's a guy out there makes a despecialized. I had no idea. So let me put this out there. I watched those first 3 films, and I had no idea that Matey Boy was a slug. What's he called? Jabba the Hutt. I had no idea it was a slug. Then they make the specialized editions and make a big deal of him slithering across the fucking floor and over things. I thought it was just a big fat pleb. I had no idea it was a slug. Well, who knew? But there's a guy makes a despecialized version to try and take it back to the original. I have never seen Star Wars. That's the name of a TV. There's a TV series called that, where they interview people that have never seen Star Wars, and other touch points of culture, pop culture, I guess you'd call it. All the touch points. So that's a TV series. You've never seen the first three. There are only three Star Wars films. You might even argue there's only two and a half. I wasn't that. I wasn't that. I wasn't that given to the teddy bears. Yeah. There are only three Star Wars films. You can do without that. You can watch the three prequels if you must, that were all made around 2000, 2001, 2002. You can watch those if you must to get some of the backstory. How Darth Vader became Darth Vader. You don't need it. You really don't need it. It doesn't. I was going to say it doesn't add to the story. It almost takes away from it. Once you start explaining things, your story loses certain value. And the final three, how a boy's story became a girl's story, and how she became Skywalker when she just isn't. No, just no, just don't. No, just don't do that. Don't. Star Wars is a boy's own fantasy about a boy forced into a situation that he doesn't want to be in, forced into a battle he doesn't want to be in. He has to take up the cudgel and fight against the evil empire. He has to, he's forced to. They killed his, well, not even step parents, but his adoptive parents. He's forced into it. He has to do what he has to do. He defeats an evil empire. He blows up an evil machine that's going to do real bad and that has done real bad. He blows it up. They're planning on building a next one, a bigger, better. He blows up the bigger, better, nastier one. And there the story ends. The last three films, some girl comes out of nowhere. She's just bigger and better and badder at everything. She's the bestest ever. She doesn't have the trials and the tribulations. She picks up a fucking sword for the first time ever and defeats an absolute fucking master. Holds her own against the absolute master, and later on, with almost zero training, becomes the biggest, baddest ever. It's just a deliberate attempt to take a boy's own story and turn it into a girl's own story without any pitfalls, without any battle, without any justification. She's just the biggest, baddest ever. I fucking hate it. And it's not because she's a woman. It's because she doesn't have the battle. She's not pushed into it. She walks on board the Millennium Falcon and can repair it better than Chewbacca, who's been on it for 40 or 50 fucking years. She's better at flying it, at repairing it, at doing. She's better at sword fighting, even though she's never picked up a fucking sword. It's not misogyny to highlight bad storytelling that you brought in just because you didn't like the fact that guys are guys. You wanted to make the girl be the fucking hero. With no backstory, with no history, with no. It's fucking Luke Skywalker. He's blown up 2 Death Stars. He saved the fucking universe from the evil empire. He killed the evil emperor. He killed Darth Vader, who turned out to be his dad. And he gave him a moment of redemption at the end. It's fucking Luke Skywalker. At the end of her arc, she just calls herself Skywalker, just for the fucking shits and giggles. She doesn't earn it. She doesn't do anything. She has no link with them. She just calls herself fucking Skywalker. No. No, you don't. He's the fucking hero. He stopped the evil empire in its tracks twice. He blew up 2 Death Stars. He killed the evil emperor. He killed his own father, Darth Vader. He killed the baddie, but gave him time enough to say sorry and thank you for releasing me from my shackles, from my bondage. What did she do? Where was her battle? Where was her misstep? Where was the redemption arc after getting something wrong? She just called herself Skywalker. Fuck, no. Just no. I can't accept that. That's not me being sexist or fucking whatever. It's just not accepting your story. Your story's not a story. You gone and done it, damn you, Charlton Heston, Planet of the Apes. You goddamn dirty apes. Can you say that nowadays, or is that racist? Fuck. That's probably racist. You've done it now, you goddamn dirty apes. Luke does mention that Leia will learn the way of the Force. Yeah, okay. So Leia is his sister, and he kissed her, didn't he? Without knowing, we didn't know they were brother and sister at the time. And Obi-Wan, who's dead already at this point, says, there is one other, and he knows it's Leia. Sets it up for him and for her and Han Solo to be together. To be honest, I prefer looking at her than the male characters. Hold on, which her? Leia or Rey? I don't know. Yes, once we get to it's probably a fairly recurring theme. Yahtzee. I become Nazi at the point that we hit the Star Wars trilogy. What's the word for not a prequel? What's the most recent? There isn't one. Is it? You got the original, you got the prequel, and you've got the. What's the term? Is there a term for those 3 films? I don't know. I don't know a term that means those 3, but not the prequel or the original. Yahtzee. Yahtzee is code for Nazi. Yeah, I'm a Nazi. Zeke Heil. These words have lost all meaning over the last 10 years, unfortunately. There was a time when you would be embarrassed to be called racist or Nazi or whatever, and now we get to just scoop it up, laugh it off, and throw it back at them. And that's probably a bad thing, because there are real Nazis out there somewhere. There are actual fucking swastika fucking wearing skinheads. They exist. They're not me, and they're not you. They're not someone who watched Star Wars and decided that Daisy Ridley's films were shit. Now, She may well be a very good actor or actress, if you prefer the original term for a female actor. She may well be. I've got no idea. I saw nothing in those films that stood out as. She wasn't Lauren Bacall. Let's put it that way. I mean, she's just not. Um, I do love Bogart films, by the way. Just as an aside, it is a big Christmas thing. I do go back over Bogart films every Christmas. Try and pick a different half a dozen each year, but not just films, radio, old time radio. Him and Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall did a lot of radio shows. They're fantastic. They are fantastic. I got sidetracked. Where was I? I was on a rant about something about I was on Star Wars, was I? We can let that go. Enough said. I think. I hope you get. Here's the summary. I do not like those last three films. It's not because I'm a sexist, transphobe, fucking blah 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 blah. They're just bad films. Star Wars was a boy's own adventure. Boy pushed into a circumstance, into a war that he wanted no part of. Couldn't help it. His family was slain. The people he lived with were killed. Had to pursue an avenue. Met Yoda. Met you know, he met basically a Merlin. He met a wizard who taught him the way. And he grew and he became and he failed. Obi-Wan got killed in front of him. There was failure. There was negativity. They survived, but against a struggle. They got away, and there's a redemption arc, and he destroys a Death Star and another. It's a boy's own adventure. Now, some women will like the film, and that's okay. But if you try to remake the film for women to increase the audience, for every 1% extra women you bring in, you're probably going to lose 10% of men. You can't have a boy's own adventure that's a fucking tea party. Ooh, let's sit around with teddy bears and have a little drinky poos. Let's have tea with the teddy bears. That's basically the third film went for cuteness because they thought they'd be able to sell the toys. But for every 1% of girls you bring in, you're going to lose 10% of the guys. You got to pick your audience. Who's the film aimed at? Is it a love story? Or is it a swords and sandals? Pick your audience. You can't keep both happy. Natural female jogger whose breasts are bouncing. I'll be right back. Yeah, you know, we're guys. We like tits. It's a thing. It's a thing. Men, we're driven by the other brain, the little brain, the downstairs brain. It's what we do. How good does it feel that it's Sunday evening and no work until the new year? Oh, wow. Okay, that's one way of putting it. For you, see, it's no different from any other day of the week for me. This is my entire year. There's no work until unless you count this work. Me coming on here and trying to entertain you and trying to keep you energized, I guess. Is it work? I'm not even on the beg. I've removed the link, the payment, the begging link. It's gone. You can't send me money even if you want to. You can. You have to dig into the what's it called? Description. You have to click on the description and scroll so far that way that none of you are going to go there and send me a penny. So it's okay, guys. I'm okay until I'm okay till New Year. I've got enough money to go. That's why I didn't include an easy way of paying me. No, till New Year. Bingo. That's Karen with a Father Christmas. This is wonderful, Karen. Although there are many people working Monday and Friday. There are people out there that will be working Christmas Day. I mean, I used to have a job where we would get paid triple time on a bank holiday like Christmas Day, paid triple time and a day off in lieu. So basically quadruple time. It was a thing. It was a thing. Hold on. There are people working on it. Rant over Red Karen comment. I've never seen it. You're spoiling it for me. Was this the Star Wars thing, maybe? You should watch that. Everyone should watch Star Wars once. The original trilogy. You watch the first three. If I was watching it, I'd probably give up halfway through the third one. Return of the Jedi with the teddy bears is a little bit gay. Mr. S likes the pretty pictures and special effects. Dreaming about space travel. Yeah, we'll never reach real space. It's expanding faster than our. We had this. What was the discussion a little while back? The number of thousands of miles per parsec that the universe expands is probably beyond our even. We're kind of going backwards in terms of travel. We need to set some kind of competition to go around the next star and come back. It's about 2.5 light years away. Probably take about 50 years to get there and back. And we need to start a race. We need to start a competition. Currently, Voyager 1 that's the furthest thing that's ever gone from Earth, and it's one light day. The distance light travels in 1 day. Or was it 1 light hour? Oh fuck, it might have been 1 light hour. Might be even less than I just said. Something like that. We've gone, basically, guys, we've gone nowhere. We've gone nowhere. I'm going to have a look at the Voyager. How far is Voyager away? Is it 1 light day or 1 light hour? It might be 1 light hour. Let's have a look. Richard O'Sullivan, that was the last search. Hold up. Voyager distance Earth. We don't have to be too verbose. Distance from Earth. It's almost 16 billion miles. 23 hours for light. Oh, you're talking about a light day. 1 light day. But not quite. Voyager 2 slightly closer. They went off in different directions, didn't they? Because Voyager 2 shot off to catch a different set of planets. Fuck. Hold on. Don't panic. My fault. I put the other thing down on top of the cable I pulled it. It's my fault. Since we're a species, we'll never achieve space travel. Unless my feeling is, if somebody comes to us and gives us travel, if there's a benign influence out there, if there's a nice race of aliens that comes and says, "Here, have this," and gives us a rocket that can do it properly, or an engine, whatever you want to call it, that does it properly. Maybe that. I don't see us developing and developing and developing and getting anything. The time scales involved with travel, we'd have to be handed something to improve our situation, I think. Too busy wasting our talent and resources on fighting each other. That's always been the way. Too many egocentric people. Are you looking at me? You're looking at me. Karen went and posted my, I think that's my PayPal link, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. I deliberately didn't post it, but okay, thank you. I don't think anybody sent anything. Let me just check. No, you're all right. Nobody sent anything, which is what I intended. That's why I didn't post it myself. I think I shared knowledge would be good, but then at least a mention of the personal life. Don't mention at all whose idea it was. I guess. Karen's bringing home the bacon, Mike. No. Nobody's going to. I've told you, I've got enough to get by, folks. My friend Tom left the country, I think yesterday, but the day before, he threw a note in my pocket. I stood there and told him no for about 10 minutes, but it became apparent he wasn't going to let it go. So I warily accepted and put it in my pocket, but I've got no real need for it. Hopefully, I'll still have it in about 6 months, but. Mm-mm. Why would aliens help us after observing us? That's a good question. Maybe they themselves came through a similar developmental phase and see something in us that is of them. It's the only thing I can think. It has to be a gesture of well-meaning. And I can only think that comes from some kind of likeness, some kind of seeing themselves in us or seeing us in themselves. I don't know. I don't know. You look at a lot of alien type films, and you think, why would one race help another? You're either looking to expand a market and bring about an economic expansion, economic development, or you're looking to help in some way as an act of generosity. Those are the only two. Other than that, it would be enslavement or taking over the other world, which those are very much suboptimal for the race receiving the. I'm going to say help, but then it's not even help, is it? I don't know, folks. I don't know. What do you do? Why would anybody help us? Yeah, to get your air miles, to get your space miles. Yeah. I have no clue what you're on about. That's okay. I deliberately did post it. I know, I can tell. I deliberately didn't. Anybody watch Space Truckers? They're square hogs. Space Truckers. It sounds like something I watched the first episode of. A guy in like a space diner gets approached by somebody for something. I don't remember much more than that. I watched episode 1 and didn't go back. We don't listen to you, we do what we want. This is quite evident. Oh, alright, I'm scrolling. If aliens have the technology to get here, they don't need slaves. Probably true. Probably true. Yeah, because the universe is expanding all the time. However much it was. Something like 750,000 meters or miles per parsec. I don't remember the numbers. Parsecs in and of themselves are an obscure unit. You take one arc. Is it one arc second? And you go out at the speed of light, and it's the distance across. I don't remember what a parsec even is. I know it's about 3 light years, 3 and a bit light years. I don't know how we get there. You take a fraction of an arc second, which is when you're looking out, it's a distance, but that distance across as you go out, the distance of that arc second becomes bigger and bigger and bigger, and that's a parsec. And I think you go out 1 light year, and it becomes 3 and a bit light years out. But that's from memory. I might not be right. Who knows? If aliens have the technology to get here, they don't need slaves. They maybe don't need slaves, and maybe they need protein. Maybe they need some food. We could be the fishes in the barrel. Maybe they'd farm us. Maybe farmer becomes farmer. And the aliens start farming us. I don't know, folks. I don't know. Can I pick the phone up and bring it over here a little bit? Oh, the plane just crashed in Die Hard 2. Oh, they're starting to crash on the runway. He's setting fires to warn them not to come down on the same runway. That the heading that they're crashing because the altitude indicators are wrong. If I remember right. It's been a while since I Die Hard 2. I'm sure. Did I watch it last year or was it the year before? Maybe. Can we talk about cups of tea and teddies? The teddy bear's picnic. If you go down to the woods today for a big surprise. Parsec symbol PC. Oh, it jumped. Let me go back. Oh, fuck, how much back do I have to go? Hold on. Did I miss something? I must have missed some. I'm coming forward again. So there's Farmer saying to Mr. S. Yeah, Mr. S, true. I think a shared knowledge would be good, but then at least a mention of the person, otherwise don't mention at all whose idea it was. Yeah. Karen's bringing home the bacon for Mike, or to Mike. Lamp, I told you, evil sentient being. Okay, no, the lamp's been good. It was me. It was me that got it wrong. Why would aliens help us after observing us? Yeah, it's a good question. But don't we help? Like we help the Ethiopians and stuff. I mean, you can see like Cambodia and Pol Pot. We saw them, but we still helped them afterwards. Um, Space miles vouchers. Yeah, that's an idea. No clue what you're on about. Deliberately did post it. Anybody watch Space Truckers? They're square hogs. We don't listen to you. We do what we want. This is quite true, Karen. I've jumped back further than I thought. If aliens have the technology to get here, they don't need slaves. This is the thing. When you watch stuff like V and they've come here to harvest the water from the oceans, and all they needed to do was burn hydrogen in the presence of oxygen to make water of their own. It's given that hydrogen's the most abundant element in the universe. What's oxygen? About the sixth the most abundant. Um, the whole idea that you come to a planet to harvest water is just ridiculous. Hold on. Where are we going? The plane just crashed in Die Hard 2. Yeah, okay, so we're about two-thirds of the way through the film. Cups of tea and teddies. If you go down to the woods today. Mr. S, parsec. This is where I was halfway through reading this when it jumped. Is a parsec symbol PC is a unit of length used to measure the large distances to astronomical objects outside the solar system. I know this. It's approximately 3.26 light years, or 2006. An astronomical unit is Earth to Sun. A lunar unit is Earth to Moon. Astronomical is us to the Sun. And it's us to the Sun is, hold on, I can't remember. 150 million miles, maybe? Is it? Hold on. Is it 98 million miles, 150 million kilometers? 100 was in there somewhere as an approximation. Aliens might not be friendly. This is always a question when you're looking at the dark skies hypothesis and the reasons for why we've been looking for aliens for 100 years and they're not there. They're not. They're apparently not there. Earl Grey. That made me. Why did I instantly? I saw Earl Grey and I immediately thought of Picard, Jean-Luc. Or orange pickle, or chamomile, or peppermint. You got to get your replicator sorted. 30.9. You see, trillions of thousands. I object. You see, I don't like hearing about thousands of kilometers, really. I want to hear about megameters. If your meter is your unit, if that's what you're going with, if that's your SI unit, everything should be done in. There's no such thing as. Kilometers are a thing until you start talking about tens of kilometers or hundreds of kilometers. It's not a thing. It's not a, thousands of kilometers. We got names. Kilo, mega. We got them. We got them. Kilo, mega, giga. Da 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 da. They're things. They exist. Trillions of kilo. Why don't you give me that in millimeters? It'd be quadrillions of millimeters. You just no. Just no. The standard, the SI unit is the meter. Give it to me in meters. Here endeth the lecture. The parsec unit is obtained by use of parallax and trigonometry. Yeah, it's the distance at which one astronomical unit subtends an angle of 1 arc second. You see, these are all words. These are words I have no clue about. One astronomical unit subtends an arc second. What does that mean? Have you ever subtended anything in your fucking life? I don't know what that means. These are just words. Proxima Centauri is 1.3 parsecs, 4.2 light years from the Sun. From that distance, the gap between the Earth and the Sun spans slightly less than 1 arc second. Again, these are just words. I don't know what the words mean. I hear them, I can quote them. I got no clue what an arc second is. There's plenty of water in the universe. Yeah, it's probably in the top 10. What's the word? Not elements. When you join two things together, it's probably in the top 10 of all. I've got the vocabulary. It's in the top 10 of everything everywhere. If you're not an element, if you're combined with something else, water's probably right up there. Because hydrogen is number 1, and oxygen's 6 or 8. Of all the things that you could join with, and because oxygen and hydrogen hydrogen will burn in the presence of oxygen to form water. Yeah, there's lots of it, I would imagine. Farmer says, I like the idea of a constant velocity vessel. We could get to Alpha Centauri in our lifetime. Constant velocity. Basically, anything we fire that way. If you launch a firework, if you launch one of our rockets in that direction, it's going to travel at a constant velocity. When the fire goes out, it doesn't slow down like on TV. It's going to travel at almost 100% of that speed all the way there. You're going to lose a little bit from friction when you bump into other atoms and things, but in general, not so much. There's the idea of putting stuff out there and firing a laser at a sail. Put a sail in front and have it catch a laser that we fire to pull it that way. And in theory, it could go forever at that speed, maybe. Are we keeping you awake? I mean, I'm just yawning. I almost nodded off there. I don't know if you noticed, but yeah. Distance to the sun, 93 million miles. Yeah, it's about 150,000, 150 million kilometers, isn't it? I knew 100 was in play, rough, plus or minus. Google meter, yeah. We're in the top 10 universes. Casey Kasem's multiverse top 10. Casey Kasem, keep your feet on the floor and keep reaching for the stars. Okay, Scooby. Rah, 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 rah. He was shaggy, wasn't he? Here we go. 3.0857 times 10 to the 16th meters. Or 30,857 petameters. Peta. I lose track. Mega, giga. Terra. Is Peta next after Terra? I think it is, but I lose track. It's more an electrical plasma produced at constant speed so that you achieve incredible speeds. Oh, you're off in Star Trek sci-fi kind of fucking. I got no idea, mate. I'm not qualified to comment. I think the small e means there was an error. Was there an error or an estimate? No, it's 10 to the power of, isn't it? You weren't using a scientific calculator. I don't know, folks. Where are we? I've got no idea what time it is. We're on 22 light. We're stuck. It's only 1 o'clock. Well, 1:10. I'll go well too if you're gonna keep the chat going. You got to keep the chat going for me though, folks. If we hit four, this again the other day, we hit 4 hours, and YouTube process everything. The everything's processed within about 15 minutes. It only takes 15 minutes, and people can watch with chat replay. If we don't hit 4 hours, it takes 15 or so hours for them to process chat replay. Now I have an obvious, what would you say, an obvious preference for things. I would prefer chat replay be if someone wakes up in 3 hours time and says, oh, he was live and I missed it, can I watch it? Yeah, but can I watch it with chat replay? I'd rather chat replay is available than not, if that's all right with you. So I'd like to get to at least 4 hours. That's my preference. I'd like a few more likes. Over Christmas, I'd like to hit the record, which is currently 46. I know it's not a lot. It's silly. It's, what would you call it? It's a vanity. It's a vanity metric. It doesn't really fucking matter for anything really. But on either my Christmas Eve or Boxing Day or New Year's Eve stream, I'm going to do one of them, and I'm literally going to call it not hanging up until 50. We got to hit 50 likes and keep going. Otherwise, I'm just going to... I can talk forever. I got no idea what I'll talk about. I'd rather the ideas come from the audience. But I can do this. I can pick this up and I can look at a science blog or something, and I can talk about whatever the latest science for today is. Yeah, I can do that. There's Richard O'Sullivan. That was from an earlier conversation. But I could just as easily just type science news or whatever and just go. It'd help if we could type it in a straight line. Science news, the latest from all of science. Okay. I do this. I can just maybe not read to you. What's that saying? We value your privacy. Options. Reject all. Is there a reject all? There is. I always reject all. I don't need you spying on my fucking choices. If I click reject all, do I then have to... I still have to click save and exit. Okay. An asteroid could hit the moon in 2032. That's forever away. Nobody cares. He made beer that's also a vaccine. Controversy is brewing. Oh, clever pun. I like it. You know, I could do this. I could just read shit and click in and pick from a topic and give you my views. The man who let snakes bite him 200 times to create an anti-venom. These are the stories of this year. I got a vampire bat looking at me for some reason. Ugly little fucker. But why? Bats might be the next bird flu wild card. Finding that vampire bats along Peru's coast carry H5N1. Isn't it always the way? All of the viruses that have crossed species in the past 30 or 40 years, haven't they all come via bats? I think that seems to be a common vector. Vector, there's a good word. That's a direction. Well, it's a speed. Vector is more complicated. Scalar, something like speed. It doesn't matter what direction. A scalar is just a measurement of this. A vector has a speed and a direction, or well, it has two. If you say speed and direction, that's you're restricting. It has two. It has two measurements. We'll say it has a speed and direction. That's probably so. Acceleration. You know when you twirl something around your head. Acceleration, and you make it go faster and faster. That's not a speed. The speed is in one but this thing's change. You can stay the same speed and still accelerate if you're changing direction. If you're traveling at 5 meters per second, but you do it in a circle, the direction you're traveling changes, and therefore it accelerates, even though it stays the same speed in a scalar in a meters per second basis. Its direction changes, therefore its acceleration changes. Life is complicated sometimes, folks. Speed and acceleration are not the same thing. I got in a discussion a few days ago online. Somebody saw a video of someone lifting a tipper truck and a big rock. Someone wanted a big rock put on the back of their what do you call it? You're Americans, you know your trucks, your flatbed, like your Cybertruck and your Ford F-130, is it? 130 or 150? I'm not sure. You got your. Someone was like shouting, "Oh, stop!" And the rock started to slide, and then it hammered, and it killed the truck it landed in. And everyone was, "Oh, the speed of gravity is fixed. You can't change gravity." Bunkum. Gravity doesn't have one speed. Gravity has one acceleration. 9.8 meters per second per second. And depending from what height and what friction on the base that you can calculate the acceleration or the eventual speed of the object coming off it. But so many people kept saying gravity has one speed, and I'm like, no, it fucking doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Drop it from half the height and see if it's got the same speed. Drop it from 200 foot in the air and see if it's got the same speed. Now, until something reaches terminal velocity, which is where the increase in speed is matched by the resistance, like air resistance, friction in the air. Then you get a terminal velocity, a speed at which it's falling out, at which it can't go any faster because the added speed and the added friction balance out. But in most purposes, for most cases, you're not talking about a fixed speed. You're talking about a fixed acceleration. It will get faster and faster and faster the higher it is. It took me 3 attempts to explain it to people. Casey Kasem's farmer was Casey Kasem. There we go, parsecs, yeah. It's like more an electrical plasma that is produced at a constant. When you get to those speeds and frictions and those heats, everything's going to become a plasma, yeah. I think the small e means there was an error, Mr. S. You weren't using a scientific calculator. 30 petameter is used Dutch notation instead. But the brain's getting. You see, these are not bad brains for a tramp in a field, though. Yeah, you got to admit, the guy's got a bit of nous. What does Yogi Bear say? Smarter than the average. Smarter than the average bear, boo boo. He needs. Farmer needed Karen to change the subject. Mr. S has to get up early. He's going soon. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Mr. S. Good night. Whenever you set to head off. Yeah. Did you look into a USB-C audio charge splitter? Not specifically. I look every now and again. I look at I can only look at the cables available over the road. Yeah, it's always a little bit awkward. Karen feels like she's in a science lesson. There you go. That's how it should feel. After you talk to a tramp, you should come away bemused at why does the tramp know more than you do? It's a thing. Bats are docile. We should take care of them. Also, insects they eat. Yeah. We get a lot of them around here in summer, swooping around just an hour or two either side of sunset. Maybe 1 hour before and 3 hours after. Swooping around, eating the flies and whatever else. But I liked it when we used to get the birds doing that. They were I'm not sure whether what are the three house martins, the swallows, swifts, and house martins with the tail, with the crescent, the half moon kind of tail. I don't know which birds they were, but we got a lot of them one summer. The rest, they've been here, but they haven't swarmed like they did that one year. If you look at my nature live stream, no, not live stream. What's the word I'm looking for? Nature playlist. I have a playlist set on nature, and there's a lot of the videos of the birds. I show them in full swoop. I show them at half speed or quarter speed. There's a lot of really good. I really enjoy watching those. What we got? Karen having a Bacardi, lemon and Coke. What's your tipple? I'm still on this aniseedy stuff. Oh. I drank it so slowly, it was almost like I wasn't drinking. I almost forgot I was drinking. But it's 3 days. I'm down here. It was a litre bottle. It's so Moorish, guys. It is so. Every night since I discovered it, I've been. It's a 12 count. I think that's 12. I lost count at the beginning. I wasn't measuring. To begin with, I was having it with Coke, so it was what's the word I'm looking for? Not licorice. Aniseed. It was aniseed and Coke, which seemed like a decent match. But I found my preference is just to drink it straight. Slowly, but straight. It is gorgeous. So Bacardi, lemon and Coke. No, Bacardi lemon, is that, you buy that as a thing? Whiskey, Scotch, brandy, rum on ice is good. You got the whole, you take the whole top shelf. I would caution against splitting USB-C for charging, as each device needs to negotiate the correct voltage. Most of these things are USB-A to C splitters, so it's not true USB-C with the negotiation with the is it capacitors or resistors, whatever it is. It's not that. It's USB-A. So you've only got, what have you got? 2.1 amps at 5 volts. Typical USB-A. So you're looking at how to divide 11 watts between devices. For me, I don't have many things. I've only got my phone and tablet are the only things that are C to C, that are proper true USB-C. I used to struggle. The phone used to not take the proper 14 volts. 14 watts. Oh, excuse me. But it was set. It was set to deliberately draw lower power. Once I removed that setting, it took 14 watts, the same as the tablet does when that's plugged in. That's the limit. They take 14 watts. It's no biggie. And that's, like I said, that's on a USB USB-C to USB-C. At the minute, I only have one USB-C to C cable. Actually, I have a second. It's kept in reserve. But like the tablet at the minute is on a USB-A to C. It draws about 2 or 3 watts in total. But it's enough to keep it fully charged. It's on 100% at the minute. It's enough to keep it there or thereabouts. My big worry, 26% on the EcoFlow. Tomorrow's going to be lovely and sunny all day. So I'm kind of gay abandon, if you'll pardon the phrase. When it comes to power tonight, I don't mind. I had a few days ago, I had 40% on the EcoFlow disappear overnight. If it did that now, and I know that the EcoFlow is on 100, the tablet's on 100%, that'll give me 10 to 12 hours of normal use with screen and everything. Even more, I'll get about 2.5 days if it's audio only. If I turn it to, if I turn the screen off and use audio only, I'll get 2.5 days. When I know it's going to be sunny, I can afford to be a little bit more laissez-faire. Some good gins now and ice. I don't mind the sour tonic either. Gin I've got no use for. Gin is too much like perfume. I can't drink perfume. Oh, Southern Comfort and Dry Ginger or Cranberry. Yeah. Southern Comfort is like, it's very syrupy, very treacly. It's a very distinct texture or mouthfeel. Yeah, okay. Nipple, tipple, says Format. Muddles lemon peel with gin ice and 7-Up. You're a grown-up and you're mixing your drinks with 7-Up. Are you sure you're as grown-up as you think you are? Is it like Pernod? I guess it is, yeah. The aniseed, yeah. I mean, it's absolute. I can't tell you how gorgeous it is. It's absolutely gorgeous. I'll be look. I bought this. What's today? We're on Sunday night. I bought this halfway through Friday. I've got like an inch and a half in the bottom of the litre bottle. It was a litre for €7, folks. €7 for a fucking litre of 33% alcohol. 7. What are you going to do with that? Giving it away for free. But if you saw, did I do a video of this or did I just rant to myself and friends? I think it might have been Friday night's TrampCast. I ranted about the shop. Within days of Christmas, there is no Bailey's or Bailey's equivalent. There isn't a creamy, coffee-y, whiskey-y thing. There's nothing. Nothing. The turkey all year round, but no turkey right now because we're within 1 week of Christmas. There's no pavo. There's not a leg, a wing. There's not a fucking. There's nothing. There's no Brussels sprouts. They probably have those all year as well, but there's just none now. Parsnips. There's not. Normally, there's like a starter bag for a stew. You can pick up a block that's got the basically your mirepoix, your onion, carrot, leek, celery, and a bit of parsnip. No, there's nothing's got parsnip in right now. There's just no fucking parsnip. What is this shit? Where is this? How am I meant to live in a country that doesn't know how to do Christmas? The fuck is this? I don't know. Is it like Perno? Yeah. Just got stabbed in the eye with an icicle. Oh, okay. Oh, you had me worried there, Andy. Andy's computer too. Guy just got stabbed in the eye with an icicle and I had to. I watch a lot of survivalists and they're like they're trying to boil pots of snow on, over Christmas or over winter. Snow is for shit. Snow is 9/10 air. You boil snow, you melt snow, you get no water. There's a dribble in the. You take icicles. You go around the trees and you take the icicles. You melt an icicle, you get an icicle's worth of water. You melt snow, you get a thimble of water for every fucking snowman's worth of snow. Snow is for nothing. But when I saw you say a man got stabbed by icicle, I thought, oh shit, and then I had to reread and okay, with Die Hard 2, okay, you're on TV, yeah. Happy festive period to you, mate. Soul mining. Merry Christmas, my friend. I'm going to say Merry Christmas. I assume you're not an Abdul. There's me being a racist again. But yeah. Fireballs are nice. Have you tried them? Fireballs. Fireball XL5. I wish I was an astronaut, the fastest guy alive. I'd fly you round the universe in Fireball XL5. Steve Zodiac, everybody. That's how old I am. Steve Zodiac, Fireball XL5. I'm going with what Karen was asking. Mixed drinks, Mike. Giving some ideas from restaurants. Yeah, mixed drinks. Mixers are nice. Yeah. I just have to be careful because some of these are just so nice. Even without mixing. I'm just on the aniseed. I don't even know if that's a name. It's called. Oh no. That's Cyrillic, is it? Anna Marka, maybe. Except that might be a U with an apostrophe above it. I'm going to go Anamarca. Anise dulce destilado. So distilled sweet aniseed. Destillation traditional. So traditionally distilled. 1 litre. 1 litre. Here's the thing, guys. In Spain, you know that booze is cheap. Certainly compared to UK, US, and probably Scandi prices. Normally, a litre will be €10, and a standard bottle, a 70 or a 700 or 750 ml bottle, will be €6 or €7. I got the litre for the €7 price. You can't argue with that. A litre of booze that's 30% by volume, 60. What's that? What do you Yanks call 60 proof? Basically you double the percentage to make the, roughly speaking, 60 proof alcohol, 30% by volume, for a litre for €7. A litre. That's fantastic. And it's right there to the end. It's not cheap and nasty. It's full bodied. It really is. Oh, it really is there. I was just gonna go. So mine. Are you Steve? So I got so many in my head is Steve, but I might be way wrong because it's been months. Just wait. We click there. It's blank. We click out. Click off. Handles to names. Soul mining, Steve in Warrington, Cheshire. Look at that. It's almost like I've got a fucking memory and a mind of my own. I got there with Steve. €7 worth over in the UK would be a thimble's worth. Yeah, maybe. Certainly when it comes to things like cases of beer and actual pints, yeah. The stuff that I get here for £3.40, £3.50, that would be 1 pint back in the UK. I'm getting a pack of 12. Pernod, kind of like ouzo. I've never had ouzo, I don't think, so I can't comment, but I guess it would be. It's a very aniseedy, almost licorice-y, clear liquid, like water, but flavoured. Strong cinnamon flavoured whiskey shots. Maybe. Would you like to ride my rocket ship? I'm not sure that I accept the ride. How do you get on? I like baby Guinness. Baby Guinness. Baileys and Tia Maria. Tia Maria or Auntie Mary, that translates as. I don't know if people know this. Tia Maria just translates as Auntie Mary. In Spanish, Tio, the male, that's like mate, pal. Hold on, pal. Tio. Oh, Tio. That's a phrase. When the police come and get you, you call them Tio to try and placate. But anything Mary becomes Maria once you translate. So Tia Maria, Auntie Mary. She's got a canary up her trouser leg. Apparently. Allegedly. B-52 shots. B-52. We're back in about... When are we? The B-52s. Love Shack, baby. I had a CD player. I had a CD player and a twin cassette deck. I could record anything onto either one or two of the... I could copy from the CD to two tape decks at the same time. It was a Philips. Oh man, I loved that device. I had it for years and years and years. When I moved in with my wife, she had the same thing. She already had the same machine. I got mine about 1990 or 1991. I think 1990. And what was the Irish radio station? It was like a pirate station, except it wasn't actually legal. They just broadcasted really strongly from Ireland, so it came over the sea and into the UK. So it wasn't licensed by the UK. It wasn't authorized by the UK. Atlantic 252? Anybody? Is that a thing? Is that a real thing? Did that happen? I think that happened. Atlantic 252. I think I'm gonna I gotta check this. I think I checked it a little while ago. I think it's gone bankrupt now. I have half a recollection, but I don't know why I have half a recollection. Hold on. Atlantic. What do I type? Not there. No. Atlantic. $252. Is that thing? Was a hugely popular Irish long-range commercial radio station, 1989 to 2002. Oh, I would have put it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, bordering the 90s was when I was. Okay. So 89 to 2002. Famous for its non-stop hits. Aimed at the UK and Ireland, operating from County Meath, Ireland, and known for its powerful signal and iconic branding. The station relaunched in 2024 as a digital-only station on DAB radio and online. Okay. Atlantic 252, I wasn't making it up, it was a real thing. Love Shack, baby. Zio, Zia in Italian. This is the aunt and uncle thing, yeah? Tio, tia in Espanol. This is the thing, folks. Once you learn Spanish, it gives you an entry into Portuguese and into Italian. Often the words are either the same or similar enough for you to get there, especially the little words, the joining words, the words that glue sentences together. Yeah, it's a thing. It is a thing. Wasn't it John Jensen? No idea what a John Jensen might be. Is this one of the radio contributors on that channel? Maybe, don't know. Bailey's Kalua and Control. Isn't that green? Is Control green? No, I'm not a big. Have you had pear drop vodka and jelly tot? Or if you dropped a pear drop into vodka, I'd probably really like it. I haven't had it, but I can imagine. I loved pear drops. That I was a real fan of that kind of sharp, that bitter sharp, mm, like lemon and limes. Um, yeah, I loved that as a kid. So something like that in alcohol would probably really reach me. It probably really would. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? What are you trying to do to me? Hold on. Hold on. Me or Mike, Karen? No, I haven't put. We had a bottle of pear liquor that we grew the pear in the bottle. Oh, or else sealed. It jumped. Which way it jumped? You can't jump that far. Is it? Am I that far behind? Hmm. I think I've gone too far back. I've gone too far back. Have I? I like baby Guinness. I don't know what that is. I'm moving forwards. I'm moving forwards. I'm trying to keep some context, but not read everything. Otherwise, we'll be here forever. I remember B-52 shots where they float the different liquors on each other. Z-O-Z-I in Italian, yeah? Yeah. Control, Kahula Control and vodka. Ooh, that sounds deadly. John Jensen, I don't know that. I've lost context. Can't remember, I think Bailey's Kahula Control. Jelly Tot, I remember Jelly Tot. Didn't you literally put jelly in the thing and tried to like rapid cool, maybe not freeze, but rapid cool the Format, me or Mike? No, I haven't. But we had a bottle of pear liquor where they grew the pear in the bottle, or else sealed the glass bottom after adding pear. Okay, we get them in a rack, all different flavors. Hello, dear. Rose. Hello, Rose. I haven't seen Rose in a little while. I hope maybe she's been following in the afterwards. The I hope she's been following. There's been a few comments aimed at her, but peach schnapps. Oh, peach schnapps. I always remember. Okay, let's let's backstep. Let's backstep about 20. No, 30. Let's just. You know when you think something was yesterday and it turns out it's 30 years ago? This is one of those. Okay, just shush. Shush. Me and the wife come out with the father-in-law and mother-in-law. And Barry was very much a tightwad. I mean, he just really was. Barry would switch the lights on at Christmas and turn the central heating off in the house because he figured the heat from the Christmas tree lights would keep the house warm. And he wasn't. This is not kidding. This is fucking real. He did this kind of shit. Why am I? Hold on. I got a rose and why am I here? I've lost track of myself, folks. I've lost track of myself. Peach snaps. That was partly it. Yeah, it was. Okay, so we come out with Barry and the mother-in-law, the father-in-law and mother-in-law. We come out with them on heading towards Christmas, and we agreed we'd on the first night we'd take them out for a meal on us because You got to show willing. I mean, these were people with lots of money. My father-in-law was a director of some little company called Reebok. I don't know if you've heard of them. Apparently, they were a little bit large in the footwear industry at one point. Anyway, he was a director there. So he had more money than he knew what to do with. So this was very much just us showing willing. And we go out and we're sat and we're mulling over what to order. And we agree we're gonna have the menu del dia. We're gonna have the basic whatever the. And Barry turns to us and he says, 38 euros each. Is that okay? And I turned to the missus and that'd stretch our budget. That would have been almost all of our money. If it was 38, I know this sounds silly nowadays, but if it was 38 euros times 4 people, you're looking at what, 150 euros or there or thereabouts. That was all of our holiday money gone. One meal on the first night. But you can't back down. You nod and yeah. No. 38 euros was the cost for all 4 of us. It's 4 lots of 7.8 something. I don't know. 4 times 8 or 9 euros really was the cost. That wasn't the per person cost. That was the cost of the entire fucking meal. He laughed himself to bits that night, the fucker. Barry passed on the 789. The 7th of August 2009. 789. I was there in the morning asking if he was okay and there wasn't a lot of room around. Didn't have his own room. He was just on a ward. So somebody had to leave. So I did the overhand grasp thing. I did that and said, catch you later, mate. Knowing I would never catch him later. That was me saying goodbye forever. The wife and mother-in-law stayed. Eventually, they moved him into a side room, and he had a bit more room. It's too late for me to get back there. And he died that night. 789. Rest in peace, Barry. What do you do, guys? You know? We all go eventually. I'm going to scroll back. I've missed the last few messages. Hello, dear. That was Rose arriving. Okay. Hold on to your dreams. This is true. Peach snaps is what set me off on the. I took a tangent because of the but peach snaps. Here, when you finish the menu del dia, the final course, they'll bring out the peach, and it's not monitored. They don't measure. They just put it at the end of your table, and whether you take 1, 2, or 3 drinks over the next hour or 2 while you're finishing off, nobody minds. Maybe if you drink more, you leave a bigger tip. But yeah, that's the thing. Welcome, Rose. There's Andy's computers. Work. No staff in hospital. So busy in our nursing home. I can imagine, Rose. I can imagine. overburden the few people that do turn up for work, and the ones that don't turn up don't get any kind of consequences. They're not getting fired. They're just staying home and laughing. And those of you that do turn up, you're the heroes. But you're unaccepted, unadorned, unrecognised. I'd be giving you all a George medal. I'd be giving you all a George medal. It's the ones who battle through when everyone else doesn't give a fuck. How have you been, handsome? I'm alright, lass. I'm alright. It's not me. I'm not handsome. It's the dog. You like someone who's got a dog, I think. My doggy's being a doggy. She does her thing. I just doggy daddy. And I did discover a new alcohol this week, I guess, which helped. Look at this. We found this on Friday. You see that stuff in the bottom? It's a litre bottle, and it's almost all gone. So I guess that's what keeps me going sometimes. It's been remarkable. It has been remarkable this last few days. It's not normal. I'm not normally on the booze all the time like that, but I guess Christmas override. I bought stuff ready for Christmas, and even though it's not Christmas yet, I'm here and partaking. Sorry, Mike. Rest in peace, Barry. Cheers to you. Raise a glass. It's he was 2009. He was the closest thing to a father I had. Probably closer than, yeah, I would say closer than my actual father. In my adult life, certainly. For advice and where to turn and what to think and what to do with things in adult life, I got my own dad that I loved very much for younger life, real life. But adult life, my father-in-law was probably, it was probably the man. I think that's fair to say. I'm saying it on the fly. I mean, I'm coming up with that now. I haven't had those thoughts before, but I think that's true. I think that's right. I think so. The things that happened, the things that did, and the things I did, and whether I did them right or wrong, what I did and what I did right, what I did wrong. I think Barry was the influence. I think so. I think that's fair to say. To Barry. I've told the tale about how we went abroad a year later and we took his wife, my mother-in-law, with us. And it was the worst holiday we ever had. I'm not going to rehash that here, but it was bad. We could up on 4 hours. It's Christmas, we'll allow you to have a few extra. Thank you. Yeah. I think I had them regardless of whether you allowed it or not. What do you think, folks? Do I call it quits here or do we keep going? I'm actually happy to keep going. I'd like it if a few more. Apparently, there are 12 of you here, which is quite high for this far into a stream for me. come and get involved in chat. Come and say hello if you're new, or if maybe you're just a lurker who said hello once or twice in the past. Come and join in. Come and talk with me. I am just a tramp in a field. I got a few lights up here. I don't know. You're seeing those? I got a white bar across the top. There's some lights, Christmas lights. Behind me, here we go. I'll let you look at this. Here's a lantern set on three. It was 3 cans of beer. One of them's empty. I got the can that I'm drinking is almost empty. I'm maybe gonna put that back there. I'm maybe gonna put that back there. So we got a farmer will be really worried that this lantern it has a tendency of falling and knocking things over. It attacks me or the lights. We've got to be careful. So I have to remember not to crush this can and throw it away. I have to swap it for one of the full ones that's under the lamp. Here we go. Here's a lamp. Here's a lantern. Here's a can. Here's the empty to join the tripod. And it's almost like I know what I'm doing. It's like I'm some kind of fucking superstar. That's empty. We put that away now, and we drink the beer. This next one. Okay, folks. We drink the beer. We're on 4 hours and 1 minute already. Do you think we'll go and meet 6 hours? Is one of the records at the minute. I was thinking of doing like a 24-hour stream at some point over Christmas, but I think that needs to be some kind of fundraisery thing, and not for me, a fundraiser for something. And I haven't got the something. If it was a fundraiser for me, then no problem. I'd be right on it. But I just don't. I don't have the need, the necessity, the requirement. At the minute, I am really well positioned. At the minute, I don't know how else to put it without sounding like I'm bragging. I'm doing all right. In terms of cash in my hand, actual notes in my hand, in terms of what's on the card, what's in PayPal, and what's on my card, I'm. Excuse me. I'm possibly better off than most of you. I don't know that because I don't know your personal circumstances. But you get the idea. I'm saying, don't give me. I'm okay. I'm okay. Now, if we can help others, that would be nice. I don't know how to demarcate. I don't know how to. You see a lot of people online do things for other people, like fundraising, and then it turns out they don't pass the money on. I don't want any of that not acquisition, accusation. Accusation, not acquisition. Accusation. Whatever I did can't come to me. If I did a fundraiser, it has to. I'll point you at them. I got no. I don't want like 3 days after I do a charity thing to find that I'm the center of abuse because I didn't pass on enough money. That can't be the thing. My life's complicated enough without dealing with numpty shit like that. So I don't know, folks. I don't know if I can do a charity thing. If I would do a charity thing, I don't know if I feel that you supporting me has been enough of a charity thing. I don't know whether I could even impose upon you to try and do a thing for others. I'd like to think that you were game and that you would be up for it, but pushing the envelope, whatever the phrase is. I don't know. I don't know. In the end, I'm just a guy in a field. I helped my friend this week when his tent got cut to shit by yobs, and his bedding got pissed on, and he had nowhere to go, nowhere to turn. I helped. So I like to think that I'm able to help, whether in a small way or a big way. I question what my capacity is. It's not my willingness. It's not what I'm willing to help with. It is, it is about the literal. It is about the physical. So I don't know. I don't know, folks. Maybe, maybe not. What do I know? I'm just a man in a field. How have you been, handsome? I've been as handsome as normal, Rose. This white beard has to come off probably in the next few days. I'm going to take it down to the bone, down to the skin. But yeah, I've been me. I'm all right. We're having a flu pandemic right now. Hospital full, 111 not taking calls. We're stuck. A&E full to the brim. How do you feel about the fact that the NHS permanently runs just this side of being overwhelmed? As soon as 10 people extra get flu or cold or whatever, suddenly our NHS can't cope. I don't doubt that the cold or flu or whatever, I don't doubt it's real. I don't like the fact that our hospitals run just this side of overwhelmed continuously, to the point where once you get a bit of extra, isn't it weird? Doesn't it? Wasn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it just bad planning and bad management? I don't dislike the people who have the cold. I dislike the fact that having the cold throws everything into an emergency situation already. That's wrong. I think that's wrong. Mm-mm. Yeah. Mm.
Yeah. Yeah. Whoops! Almost fell asleep. How long was I gone? I guess I'm gonna have to call it there. Yeah, I gone. I was asleep. Do I need to wait so I can wake him up? No, I got there. I got there. Get some rest. I'm going, folks. Okay. This is me. All right, folks. We haven't got a Tina. Oh, she's out. Okay. She's out of the covers. We can maybe do this. Hold on. I was gone though. Yeah. But we're going to do this. Here we go. Here we go. You see this? This is Tina in a natural environment. Here's a Tina. All natural. She didn't know you were going to be on camera. She didn't know you were going to get her on camera. Yes, Tina. Hey, babe. I'm going to take you for a walk in a minute. Okay. There's my Tina. So from Tina. And from me, the guy that was just snoozing a minute ago. Ouch. Delta Mike, ouch.